BYAT.
Yeah.
The BYAT is the first Bicol Youth Association in the U.S. They have about 40 members ranging from ages 7 to 20. Let me make sure I get it right. They participate in volunteer community service, performances, fundraising for scholarships, and they're also performing and fundraising during the Philam Friendship Day. Everyone knows about that. July 4th at Red Wing Park. So come peep them out, come peep their table out and their performance and donate some money. So we're going to let them go ahead and perform.
Bicol Youth.
gave up on us.
But before we keep going, we also want to give props to Doc and Adelina. So we want to pull Doc out here. I don't know if everybody in here knows about Doc, but
He's a dentist. He's got a gold tooth on the chain. And he's the only manly guy that I know that can rock a purse. So, I'm just kidding. I love Dr. Bergano. It's like, honestly, like I said before, I said it one other time, I got like 3 fathers. There's my dad. He's the one that basically disciplines me and tells me everything, kicks my butt when I need it. You know what I'm saying? Then there's some people that I learned from, and Dr. Bergano, he's definitely one of them, so we're going to bring him out.
Yep.
And he's going to say a few things. So Dr. Bergano.
You know, I'm gonna sit here and chat. Because see, the thing is that one of the things that I'm concerned about is what is the future of our community? You know what I'm saying? For those of you that don't know, I'm from Seattle, and I primarily grew up on the West Coast. And I came out here 20 years ago to set up my dental practice. But see, dentistry is what I do. That's not what I am. Okay? And I'm trying, and throughout these years, I'm trying to see, I'm just a product of a community that took care of their own. Okay? And I felt like an anomaly here in Virginia Beach, Norfolk. Because when I first came out here, I was kind of like a lost generation. If you guys know your history, many of you whose parents came in 1965 through the Navy, through or nursing, doctors, physicians, whatever. A majority of the folks here that settled came after 1965. And so they were older than me when I came here. And their children were like younger than me. And so I was like right in the middle, and essentially I had this vision of, man, we could have a real tight community where everybody could help everybody out. If somebody needs a job, we could hook people up this way and that way. But it wasn't meant to be. Okay? So when Jonathan says, how long did this thing take to happen? I can honestly tell you, it took 20 years. Because to do community work is to take a chance. Is to risk yourself. Take chances. To see if others feel the same way you do. You know what I'm saying? And so, when we created this conference or a gathering, I said, okay, well, I want to bring folks out from my hood, my neck of the woods, who have been in community for years, since 1970. I'll tell you that right now, since 1970, 1971. These are folks that believe in community, who have never left the community. And they are here today, taking time out of their busy schedule, to be here. And a lot of the reasons why they wanted to come is because they wanted to see young faces. Because the problem with our communities today is a lot of the older folks, they don't want to give up their title as head of such and such, such and such. Even with FANHS, the Filipino American National Historical Society, the organization that I represent. When I attended their trustees meeting in Albuquerque, New Mexico, this March, I sat down at the table and I looked around. There were no teenagers sitting at that table. There were no 20-year-olds sitting at that table. And correct me if I'm wrong, there weren't even 30-years-olds.
Yeah, there were.
Who? Me?
Emily Dorothy.
Okay. 2 out of 20 plus. To me, that's a serious problem. Because I have to ask myself, well, who is going to take up building community? Or is it worth it? Is it worth, taking time out on a rainy Wednesday night to be here with a few folks, right? Is it worth it? And the way this conference is designed, it's going to be like a type of conference where it's not confined within four walls. A lot of people wanted to come out here to see, number one, Virginia Beach, Norfolk. Okay. Why do Filipinos live here? Have you guys looked at the map? The Philippines is here. Seattle, California is here. What's way over here? You guys. Right? So the thing is like, why are you all doing over here when you could have been over here or you could have been back here? So that's when you have to start understanding, well, is it, number one, is it important to be Filipino or Filipino American, You're going to explore all this stuff. You're going to explore one of the biggest reasons or faults that I see in our community today is these walls that have been built up amongst second-generation Filipino Americans, people born and raised in this country. You always hear about the immigrant versus the American-born, a division there. Well, I say to you, there's a division amongst second generation. Namely, high school kids hang out with high school kids. They don't want to talk to college kids. They don't want to talk to young professionals. They don't want to talk to the establishment. You see what I'm saying? So, if anything, what you would like to get out of this conference is the opportunity to dialogue with people outside of your box. An opportunity to expand your knowledge for people that have been there. And for you people that have been there, recognize the energy of these youth. You see what I'm saying? We're all equal here. Everybody has something to share. And there ain't no titles here. You don't have to call me Doc. Just go you. But I purposely told our guest speakers not to prepare anything. And that's the way it should be. This conference is all about heart. How do you really feel? Okay. So since this is a small, kind of audience, at this point, I'm going to ask one of our guest speakers here. Bring them up here, have them sit down, and I'm going to ask you a question, which you guys will answer. Basically, why are you here, and what do you expect to come from this conference? And I'll start off with lady sisters first. Joan May Cordova. Yeah. Okay. Now, before I even introduce Joan May, you have to understand why I kind of invited her here. She is a PhD candidate from Harvard University. And for the past 13 years, she's been working on a dissertation on Filipino Americans. Okay, that is cutting edge stuff. She had to fight the faculty to even okay the subject, to see if Filipino Americans is worthy enough to be studied, to see if Filipino Americans are worthy enough to be researched. Okay? A lot of her advisors said, nah, why don't you just do something Asian? Do something Japanese, Chinese. What are Filipino Americans anyway? Even though we are the oldest and the largest Asian Pacific American group in America today. And so Joni had a lot of wars with the upper establishment, but the good news is she's finished her dissertation. Okay? And so for any of you that want to have a career in education, which is very important, teaching others, to have a professorship, get up and talk about our people, talk by, or even spoken by our people. You know what I'm saying? So, Joni, come up here. I'm going to ask you a question. You know, why are you here and what do you expect out of this group? Joan.
Okay. Say what's up.
This is Ben's cameraman. We were classmates, I'll have you know. Ben, Menor, and I were college classmates. Okay, your question? Why am I here? And
You speak from the heart, girl.
okay. I'm here because when Allan was talking about how these days a community doesn't take care of its own, or that there are all these divisions, I grew up in Stockton. And it felt like growing up in an extended family community where everybody took care of you, and there were a lot of people who were really, really strong mentors. I grew up in a church called Trinity Presbyterian Church, which has its historical roots as the Filipino Christian Fellowship. And as we explore more about Filipino American history, you'll hear about how the farm workers challenged the whole asparagus industry at one point, and with Filipinos working together, they won their strike. That was just one example from our community. And there were wonderful older aunties, other aunties, and godmothers who would do things like sell lumpia so that all the young people could go to conferences all over the country. Or they started oral history projects for us. And I remember when one of my mentors, the late Mary Ino Santo, she was already in her almost 80s, and she started an oral history project. And so she's driving out to farm worker camps in the fog. If you know Stockton, it gets really, really, really foggy, hell weatherman. And a really thick fog. You can barely see, but she's out there doing these interviews of oral history because she said she wanted to document the history before it's gone. And we'll never forget that as college students, there were a couple of us who started working with this a group of elderly pioneers, some recent immigrants from the Philippines, and we were just out of college, and they entrusted us with their oral history interviews and said, you get to make the book. And that book, and many of you know it, is Voices, Filipino American Oral History, that took us 8 years to produce, and we were just like right out of college when we started working on it. And I know that FACTS and other groups, the Hampton Roads Funds, young people have performed that all over the country. So that was pretty exciting. And some of the actual people that we interviewed have seen your performances, and they were so, so moved by it. So because I had all these mentors and also really strong mentors, you'll know my aunt and uncle in Seattle, Fred and Dorothy Cordova, and all the cousins, the whole neighborhood, the whole Seattle community, also is part of that community of mentors. And when I was an undergraduate, like maybe 19 years old, and I'll be really honest, I'm not going to hide my age, I'm almost 50. Yay! And so, the reason we had this internship, when we were undergraduates, we had internships with the Filipino youth activities, one of the oldest Filipino youth organizations in the country. And so we went there as, juniors in college. And the person who set up that internship was Ben Menor, because he was a senior when I was a freshman. That's why he seems like he's way older, huh? And so he did this internship in Seattle. And then when he came back to Santa Cruz, he decided he was going to organize the first student organization at the University of California at Santa Cruz. And a lot of organizations were called like Filipino Student FSA, Filipino Student Association, or they have Samahang Filipino at UCLA, different groups like that. But our organization was called the Caucus for Filipino Consciousness. And there were about 8 or 10 of us who, we were like the only Filipinos on campus. It was of all the University of California campuses, it was probably the whitest. And so we decided that in this organization, and a lot of it had to do, I know, Ben was subtly mentoring. Like they suggested that I be the chair as a freshman because they wanted it to continue. So I put that in my bio. You know, I chaired this for 4 years. And but when we weren't in the curriculum, we decided that we wanted to be in the curriculum. So we wrote proposals for our own classes. A very good friend of ours, Carmen Cortez, and I were teaching assistants in the first section on Filipino American history, and this was in the 70s. Later on, our other classmates wrote a proposal to do a full class, and then when we didn't have books to use, then we decided we were going to write our own. So we called it Pinoy Know Yourself, an introduction to the Filipino American experience. And I don't know, some of you know Tony Santa Ana, who's been to FANHS, and he works with young people. He's told me things like, oh, my students are still reading your piece, and Pinoy Know Yourself. It's like, oh my God, that's ancient, should be archived. But they're still using the book. When the college was having like photograph exhibits or art shows, and you know, we're not in there because they didn't have Filipinos, then we created our own. We went out into the community and took beautiful portraits of photographic portraits and slides of our pioneer elders, and those are priceless now. We could do another book easily. What else did we do? We built relationships with administration so we could get things that we wanted, like budget and have an office and besides teaching classes. And we worked with the communities in the surrounding local communities, like in Watsonville. And we took a stand against the Asian Alliance. But for when we had differences in opinion, we said that the Asian curriculum didn't relate to us. We could tell you more about, Ben could tell you more about that. And so, but we called ourselves the caucus, so we would still be part of the Asian coalition. But we were an independent organization. So mentors. And I teach. I've been teaching for over 20 years, and I also consulted all over the country in teacher education, conflict resolution, and other fields. And I always begin the presentation by saying, I've been teaching for 20 years, because most of the time when I work with teachers, they don't care where I went to school. Nobody cares that I've been trying to finish at Harvard. What they care about is that I have experience in public schools, so I taught in San Francisco's Mission for 5 years and Sacramento's Meadowview for 5 years. And those are neighborhoods where some of my social worker friends get police escorts. And so that's where I teach. And I don't know, this may not be part of Ellen's agenda, but I hope it's not just us up here talking, because I really want to know what you all expect from this and what would make this an ideal conference for you. So we'll continue that dialogue further.
Thank you, Joan.
Yes.
Scholar, warrior, scholar, right here.
This next person I'd like to bring up and say a few words. We go back long ways. I remember Timoteo when he used to be called Tim, but only I get to call him Tim. To you guys, it's Timoteo. But, you know, when you talk about somebody with passion, somebody that believes in who he is and what he's supposed to represent, it's got to be Timoteo. I mean, the guy, he had to, again, was dissatisfied with the curriculum in Seattle and rewrote and started an educational program that was instituted in white schools called Pinoy Teach, which is pretty deep. He's also a playwright, but I think I'm just going to let his words, you know, he'll speak from the heart. He's the real deal. Tim, can you just say a few words as far as, you know, what do you expect out of this conference? Hey, you know.
Yeah. First I need to question why I'm here. You know, I don't think I have a choice to be here. I'm supposed to be here, just like you're supposed to be here. And those of you who are here, you should be proud. And I hope you go back home, call up your friends and tell them to be here tomorrow. because they have to be here. You know, I am passionate. My parents, I try to like downplay them a lot, you know. I've tried to, you know, they've gone this way, I've gone that way, but our roads have been parallel to each other. It's very difficult being the son of very high-achieving parents. And then, you know, people sort of like say, okay, you had it easy. No, it's very difficult being the son of two pioneers in the movement. But I really believe I was put on earth to spread the word about being Filipino and to spread and give you pride about being Filipino. Pinoy Teach was very important to me because what it did was, you know, it's important that Filipinos know about each other, about ourselves, but it's just as important that white people know about us and black people know about us, because you know what, we don't live in a vacuum. We don't live in the Philippines where 99% of this population is the same color and we speak a similar language. You know, we are a melting pot society, green salad, however you want to call it. It's multicultural. And that what we have to do is we have to nurture an understanding amongst our American counterparts to accept us in their world. And we accept them in our world. See, that's the thing. I refuse to take a second or a back seat to anybody else. To me, Filipinos are just as powerful, just as strong, just as creative, just as intelligent, quicker, faster, stronger, etc., as anybody on the face of the planet. I believe that Filipinos are the most artistic. Truly believe that, and I believe that, and that's really where my focus has gone over the last decade, has been more art. It's about expression. It's about, I believe that the Spanish went into the Philippines and they purged us of all artistic expression. I believe that the Americans went in there and made sure that we had no artistic expression. And it's reflected in the way that we view ourselves on stage. When you see Filipinos perform, all you see is folk dancing. But I'm sorry, I don't relate. And I don't identify as much with Tinik Lane. I don't identify with karaoke. I don't identify only with Pancit Lumpia. I don't identify just with Ilocano and Tagalog. I don't know. Filipino is a fusion. Filipino American is a culmination. We are definitely a lot of influence. We have Arabic, we have Malaysian, Indonesian, we have Chinese, Japanese, Spanish. We have American influences in all of this. But you know what? We are like, why are we just so passive about how we express ourselves? Why are we scared to come out with the rhythm? Me, I grew up around the brothers. I think you can tell. I grew up around black folks. To me, I think that was the best thing for me, because what it did was it taught me to be aggressive. It taught me to say, hey, you know, you've heard that term, I'm black and I'm proud. Well, believe me, Filipinos in Seattle was right next to our black brothers who said, I'm brown and I'm proud. I'm also believing, too, is that we were part of the mix. You know, I remember Filipinos being in the R&B scene, in the original R&B scene. None of y'all know this. You know, there were Filipinos in the original rap scene when it was a political form of expression. And that's where I see art as a political form of expression. I am here to offer you support, to be proud. I'm here so you can go to your schools and question what you are being taught in the curriculum. Actually, also to question the way your parents are teaching you. Unfortunately, a lot of your parents have been taught from a colonial point of view. And what is a colonial point of view? The colonial point of view is from the view of the oppressor. And so we have been taught to degrade ourselves, denigrate ourselves, to accept very trivial types of successes and achievements. No. We do so much. Filipinos do it. So that's why I'm here. Other than that, share my passion with you. I've already met a couple young brothers. We over there been doing some rhythms, because that's a new thing for me. It's not enough that you know about being Filipino. What are you going to do with that knowledge? Who do you share that knowledge with? Or does it just stay right up here or here? You know, you got to share it. You got to bring it out to the world. You have to express yourself. You have to bring pride and honor to our people. We have to be innovative, creative. We have to like I'm saying, I believe that we are just as good as anybody else. And I don't know if that's something that Filipinos truly believe. If you look, Pinoy Teach, interesting, last story. Interesting. 90% of the people we taught in Seattle. Every year we would teach about 1,000 kids, middle school kids. The way it was taught was we taught at University of Washington. Our University of Washington students would go into middle school and teach that. Now, the 90% of non-Filipinos loved Pinoy Teach. The ones who had a hard time accepting Pinoy Teach were Filipinos. Why? Because they never saw themselves in the curriculum. They were never the focus of attention in the classroom. And so that they were very uncomfortable not knowing things that they felt they should have known. Like, we all know who the first president of the United States is, George Washington. But how many Filipinos really know who the first president of the Philippines was? Emilio Aguinaldo. But these are things that we need to be knowing. And so, as Filipinos start seeing themselves more in curriculum, as they start seeing themselves more in film, on stage, in songs, then we're going to have a much stronger sense of pride, a much stronger sense of knowledge. So that's why I'm here. I'm just here to funk the act.
This next speaker I'd like to introduce to me is an inspiration. He's an older gentleman. He fought in World War II. He was part of the first Filipino infantry regiment? Okay. And what's significant about those regiments, the first and second, is that they were the first significant group of Filipinos to obtain American citizenship. And what's inspirational about Domingo is he had an idea. He said, why don't we do a film documentary on Filipinos during World War II? Now, I don't know about you, but to me, if they were that significant, he should be getting $1 million right off the bat. Right? But no. Domingo he got rejections from various places, even from our own people to even support his film. But it's that trial and tribulation that put him to the test. And he never gave up the fight. Because of anything, about being Pinoy, you don't give up the fight. And you always fight the good fight. And we have a rare opportunity this 4th of July, Friday. His film is going to be premiered at the MacArthur Memorial, which is pretty deep. He's here with us. I'm surprised he's here because his health is not that good. He looks great to me, but I'm telling you, the man is, I think he's destined. He had to be. But I want him to come up and say a few words. So you guys listen to this man. He's from Hawaii. Came all the way from Hawaii, to show the film. And if anything, you all better get the word out. We need to show a big representation at the MacArthur Memorial. And the sucker is free. So there should be no excuse here, man. I mean, to actually see this film, which is in high demand, if you guys didn't know, is in high demand all over the United States. But he said, when we had lunch together back in Hawaii back in December, I said, Domingo, please, 4th of July. Oh, I don't know. We might be able to squeeze that in. Do Filipinos live in Virginia Beach? Say that! So, if anything, the only thing I ask, after we have our picnic at Red Wing Park, you're going to have thousands of Filipinos there. Just say, hey, man, we need to go check this film out. We need to support our own. And to see and to witness a man's quest, a man's dream come true. Because what other place in these whole United States to show this film but the MacArthur Memorial? You know what I mean? And it's right here. Domingo flew, how many miles is that? Long ways. I mean, Hawaii is a long ways. You're talking 5 time zones. 5 time zones. From Red Wing Park to MacArthur Memorial can't be, what, 20 minutes? So if anything, think about what I just said. If we don't support our own, we'll start on July 4th, our Independence Day. You know what I'm saying? So, Domingo, can you say a few words?
I really don't know where to start. But know that I'm so pleased to be here. Very, very anxious. We had 3 goals when we did this film. One, that it'd be good enough to be public television material. And you judged that come July 4th. Second objective, we wanted to put it in the schools of the nation. And that's why I'm so pleased. Your educators, your students. This show is meant for you. And we wanted to give the community an instrument that could help galvanize the community. Something that would be of significance and bring Pinoy pride, sharing it with the community. And this is what has happened in California. We've hit upon a model where you grab hold of the college because they have the venue, they have the projectionists. Just get the Filipinos together, get the Kankanin and all that stuff. Now you got a free show. And that's what's been happening in California, Merced, San Jose, and I think it's gone over very well. But when I think now, they were going to show this in MacArthur's museum, the story is all about him. July 4th. We're going to take you to July 4th. When MacArthur, in his own words, say, the Philippines is a free nation, in his voice, you're going to see the artfulness of Filipino filmmakers, how they take the stories of us soldiers and weave in together photographs and archival shots. Quite artistic, quite creative. And I was remarking to the gentleman up there, where do these kids get these moves, I'm just amazed. The Koreans are copying you guys, that. I watch Korean movies all the time. Yeah, I said, where did they get this? It's in the blood. I see you look so innocent. You put a stage light on you, you turn, I don't know what happened to you. Movies just come out, and it's to your credit. I'm a chaplain of our 1572 Veterans of Foreign Wars. They wanted me to be commander. They wanted me to be the commander. I said, no, I'll just be chaplain. This way I can bury them, But in any case, part of my job is when we recruit new members, I find out about them and explain and introduce them to the members. So this one guy, Big, he was a pilot in Vietnam, carried wounded people. He's a computer whiz. He coaches baseball, basketball, football. Tremendous guy. So as I was relating this story to the other soldiers, this one fellow, the Yako, said, "Hey, Big, you too good, no?" And his retort was, "I'm not good, I'm not smart. I'm Filipino." That one statement, I said, "Why, you son of a gun?" In that statement, I'm Filipino. All the resourcefulness, the resilience, the glamour, all was caught in that statement. And this is the feeling I get when I speak to students at UCLA, San Diego, and all the colleges I went to. And here, you guys got it. It's in you. And someone related, what for? Connect this to Iraq. When we showed this film in Waipao as part of the Hawaii Film Festival, one of the high school kids said, Mr. Los Banos, can you relate to Iraq? Okay, yeah, I can. Second World War ended with the atomic bomb. Just at a time that I was leading a squad, I was first scout. But the war ended. We know it was devastating. You look at the newspaper, they now have bombs that goes what? 20 blocks down and blow up. It's horrible. You see this killed by friendly fire? We found out that some of our boys were in the submarine and were blew up by our own forces' friendly fire in the Iraq. Our friendly fire killed the British. Now we have bombs and we have another bomb the bomb. It's horrendous. War is wasteful and ugly. And so the question comes up, what are all of this information that you folks get, this technology that you're getting, what for? I am 78 years old, so I can look at pretty girls and tell them you look pretty. I can take liberties, but we're gone. The job of making people live closer, one to the other, nation to nation, is your business, not us. We're finished. Coming here makes me think when I first started teaching in 1949. In the state of Hawaii, when I started teaching, there was one couple in Hawaii, husband and wife team, and I, 3 people. And from there, slowly, now we're all over the place. We're principals, we're everything. When I grew up, though, I never thought I was Filipino. It never was an issue with me. The only thing I felt was that if I did a good job, the Filipinos would get credit. I was never conscious that I was Filipino. And whatever I did, I just wanted to do a good job. And that's what you have to do. And I feel the passion of Tim. You know, there's so much that we can show others of who we are. The thing and someone said, take a chance. One of the characters you will see is Giron. He's in the movie. He is one of the mission men, the guys that went by submarine behind the enemy lines. He's the radio man. But before he came to America, he was working in the fields of Hawaii. So we interviewed him. Why did you go to Hawaii? And he said, I talked to my family and they sold their farm so that he could come to Hawaii. And this is what he said, I must take a chance. He said, take a chance. And that's Filipinos, they'll take a chance. And that's what you gotta have. You gotta take a chance. Which reminds me of the same guy. When MacArthur said, you are my boy. When you come back from the war, you will go to Manila, you will get gold bar. And he says, what gold bar? And in the interview, he said, tell him bullshit. We took that in the talk. I said, bullshit. I wanted that to come out. Because the Filipinos are so meek and, you know, they don't get rattled. But that was the time you are going to get gold medal, and he said, bullshit. I wanted that to come out because that's how the Filipinos are, the old Manos. Now, I have a passion for these Manos because I lived and grew up in a plantation camp. Pineapple. My family, my mom and all of us, we were one of the few families in this pineapple camp. So all the Filipino boys were like godparents. They took a shine to us, and I knew how they lived. I used to pick up their slop because I used to raise pigs. And even at a young age, at 11 years old, you know, Sunday chicken fight, I was all part of that scene. I grew up with them. And you know, when you have chicken fight, they're going to pull out knives, they're going to poke one another. But I was so close to these Manos that at that age, I could go to a fellow and tell him, give me the knife. And he would give me the knife. You know? Because they respected my parents, and because I just felt close to them and they knew who I was. And this is part of how I live, is being close to them. So, never realizing that in World War II, I would be 18 years old and I would be joining these Manos. So after the war, I had a passion that these guys' stories should be told. And now, after 8 years and 2 babies, Dr. Linda Riviera, when she started this, she had no children. Now she's got 2 kids. That's why it's 8 years and 2 babies. We finally finished. And let me show you how close it got. I'm the guy that go out and ask for money. We interviewed 30 people, and they're all on in there. So I have to face them. On premiere day, November 3rd, we were in this Blaisdell Arena, 2,000 seats, beautiful red carpet. We had string orchestras, we had the plantation singers singing, we had rondallas, really good stuff, you know. And Izon and I, the producer, I had never heard the music. We had put in music, you folks saw the early trailers. Those are music we could grab here and there. I had never heard the voiceover. We had labels underneath. I didn't know how this was going to go. But on that morning of the premiere, November 4th, he said, Domingo, now you're going to hear the music. The music is specially composed. And you're going to need a voiceover. On that morning. So when I heard the music, specially composed, and when I heard this La Bamba boy tell the story in place of the da-da-da-da, you know that? Mm-hmm. I felt good. I said, yeah, I think we got something. And on that day, $50,000 came in on that day. This project truly has the Lord watching it. He's been with us all along. And I bring it here to the MacArthur thing. It's for me very emotional because Joan, the director, that man, as soon as we showed that, 1 month later he died. So we captured his story. And when you see this movie, this is how it's going to hit you. It's a lot of emotionalism when the Japanese boys are taken away from our squad in Hawaii. How these Filipino boys cry because the Japanese boys grew up with us in a camp. And then he tells the Japanese soldier in the war, he's throwing up the Filipino babies and bayoneting them. And he says in the same words, those kids were like my family. The Japanese boys were like my family, and he cries. And now he's telling the reverse. Those babies could have been my family. And then he cried, you capture him. That's how keen our movie makers were. So all of that emotion is in this book. And we want you to take a look at it and really be proud of these the Filipinos. They don't argue, they're very respectful. And that's why I thought for these men, these lowly men who the only thing they could fight for was diamond dance, chicken fight, go to the diamond dance, and then they bring home war brides. And that's another story. And so you will see how the early beginnings of what these men did, and that our own people don't realize that. That's why we call it the untold triumph. But I'm just thrilled that we're coming here.
Okay.
Right?
Let's go. Water. Somebody got some water from one of them?
Sure.
Okay. What can I say about my next speaker here? I mean, this guy here travels all across the country consulting and finding funding for a lot of our Filipino American projects, but he's probably not only one of my best friends, but he's my mentor too. I learned so much from this man. If anything, he's got this coolness about him. I've never seen Ben mad. Okay, I've never seen him mad. Maybe he just puts on an act, but he's probably one of the smoothest talkers I ever see. So, Ben.
I suppose I must be smooth because I convinced Jonathan and Coleen to stay with me for a whole summer, and got Jonathan to clean my house and Coleen to walk my dog, and finally got a break to do all those things. It's amazing that that Virginia Beach is able to bring some of the most classiest individuals of our Filipino community. At one time, it's rare to see Joni, because it's rare to see Timoteo. It's rare to see Manong Domingo. It's rare to see so many of you who are not from Virginia Beach, because if you're truly a community person, you rarely have these opportunities, and that's what it's all about, opportunities. And it's an opportunity for me to learn more about you, and that means as young as you may be, or as old as you may be. And I think that's something that I enjoy very much in my travels. And every time your Auntie Edwina calls me 6 o'clock in the morning, of course it's 9 o'clock here, 6 o'clock in the morning Sunday, because she has to be at church at 10. I know that it's something important, and it always is. And she always gives me issues that ask for my advice. Not that I have any solutions, but it's just a part of the process of communication. There's so much that I can share with you, but I think on Friday it's very important to see this film. I've seen it 4 times, and we showed it in San Jose a few times, and when you actually get a chance to see it, it will wake you up. In fact, when Joni brought up about the Caucus for Filipino Consciousness, that's what it's all about. This is what it's all about. It's not about identity, because identity is based on your environment, your family, your schooling, all of that. It's your consciousness and how it evolves to where you want it to go. And some of us, we've maxed it to the limit where we're able to produce things. And I think that's what the young folks did this evening. You guys danced. That's Filipino consciousness. Okay? And don't let anyone tell you that's just a young hip-hop expression. No, it's Filipino consciousness coming from you at the age of 15, 16, and 17. And then the Filipino consciousness of a man of 78. Are you guys younger than that? Okay. 78. Okay? Who spent 8 years of his life to build Filipino consciousness about the 1st and 2nd Infantry and risked himself as well as his health. And then your uncle Doc, Allan, and Auntie Edwina risking to make this all possible so that the next generation hopes to have a consciousness twice, 3 times more than those of us who started in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. And so it's exciting to be here. As Tim and I bumped into each other in Detroit, and we looked, we were like, our eyes were all red. This flight coming from Seattle and San Jose is not an easy flight. It's 10 hours. And of course, Manong Domingo or Lolo Domingo took another, we took 10, he took 6 more to get from here to Hawaii. So there's a lot of commitment on the floor to bring consciousness in Virginia Beach. And it's a privilege to be here again and to be among all of you who has a consciousness to say, we want to make things better. My motto at this age of my life is I'm trying to find a way to retire. And my retirement is to have all the young folks to take over and fill all our shoes. Okay? To share and to take over. Because I think that's one of the weaknesses of our community, is not enough sharing. It's not enough of bayanihan. More important, my teaching, and teaching has been 30 years of my life, is about respect. Not only to give respect, but to receive it. And when you're dealing with a very racist society, that's one of the most biggest challenges. When you have Fred Eco who's giving weather report, do the people who are not Filipino believe that his report that it's going to rain tomorrow, is it's going to rain? And if he says it's sunny tomorrow, they're going to say, I believe the guy. Not because he's brown and he looks, but he's truly a person of education and accomplishment as a meteorologist. Okay? And that's what we're talking about, is to make ourselves so that not only can we do the talk, we can do the walk. If you can't do the walk, don't even talk. But you know what's wrong with Filipinos, right? We do all kind of talk. We do all kind of talk. And the problem is that that's all it is. That's why we're great in karaoke, because that's all it is. You read the words. But when it's time for doing something like Tim Cordova to really put the words from here, we ain't got it. It's only one of a few. And that's not fair and that's not right. So we can't be doing no more talk unless we can do the walk. And if we can't do the walk, then don't talk. And if Mr. Eco says it's going to rain tomorrow, it better rain tomorrow. Because I'm going to kick him out of my room. I don't take anybody that just doesn't talk. See, in San Jose, that's what we've become. We've challenged everybody in San Jose that if you can't do the walk, and you can ask Jonathan, we kick butt to prove that we can walk. You can ask Coleen, boy, she suffered like heck underneath my wings. You know, that it's not easy to do the walk. But for whatever reason, if you can do it, there's a feeling in here that says, I've done something good for not only myself, but to my community. And for that, maraming salamat.
See, me and Colin were supposed to talk about Bob Beachman. I don't know if a lot of you guys might have just been listening to it. Man, just imagine just what happened in front of you. I mean, it was like 20 minutes, and I had to use the bathroom. I tried not to, but I had to, you know what I'm saying? 'Cause, I mean, you got Auntie Joni over here, she's at Harvard. They didn't have a class for Filipinos, they made one up, wrote their own books. Come on. Tim Cordova. Sorry, Timoteo, only Doc can call him Tim. You know they teach, man. And white kids are learning about Filipinos like we learn about black people at our schools. You know what I'm saying? And you got Manu Ben. When me and Coleen worked in San Jose, it was work. I woke up at 7. I'd party till 3, wake up at 7. I wake up Coleen. Coleen's like, John, no. John, no. I got Manos, veterans, older than me. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to pick up stuff for them. They're like, no, I got this. They're picking up like heavy office furniture. You know what I'm saying? And it's just like, I mean, it's amazing. And then we have, oh man, Los Banos. Oh, we got this movie, man. When I read that part of the book, in Peter Bacho's book, about like how they bayoneted Filipino children, and it's just like, I mean, from hearing it from him, that just solidifies it. It wasn't fiction, that it was true, but I mean, he's making the story come to life, and we have all these people here in Virginia Beach, you know what I'm saying? And the only thing that I'm sad about is that, I mean, we have the largest concentration on the East Coast, but I think that we should like bring it out to everybody out there. It's like, this isn't enough, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I see so much love. Like, when I see Alex, I know that man is a man of passion. Because the whole time he was on the edge of his seat like this, just listening. You know what I'm saying? That's what fuels me. That's what, I mean, I had to step aside a little bit because I have to graduate. But it's like, you know what I'm saying? It's all about love, man. It's just intense. And all these people are pioneers. A lot of the things that we're working towards, we're building off of them. And to have them all here, just dropping a few gems of knowledge for us, it's just amazing. So, I mean, for the film on July 4th, let's pass out some flyers, pull your mom by the ear, let's go over there, let's support this. You know what I'm saying? Tomorrow, spoken word night. Let's get the word out. I mean, the conference is just starting. Let's get some more people here, take advantage of the knowledge that we do have, and these amazing people that we have that have just spoken in front of you, and there's more to come. So, I mean, please, please, please. I'm sorry. It's emotional, man. It really is. I mean, these people are just amazing, and that's what we strive for. That's what some of us strive for. Hopefully you guys can learn from them. This conference will be beneficial. But now we're going to talk about Virginia Beach, right, Colleen? Virginia Beach, dude. What can I say? It's hot in Virginia Beach, right? People that live here, people that just came here, you guys are going to find out. Last week I saw a raccoon sipping on a Dr. Pepper. Give me a stop. I asked him, I was like, why are you sipping? It's hot. That's all he said. You know what I'm saying? Virginia Beach, I mean, welcome guys here. I'll take you guys out if you want. What else can we say about Virginia Beach, Coleen?
I don't know, dude.
Coleen was a tall one. She's
just box.
She's just pantomimes. But I know, basically, this is about Virginia Beach, you know what I'm saying? This is about us. Welcome to the area, all of our guests from out of town. And so, I mean, basically, we're going to tell you guys a little bit more about it. And then with that, who are we bringing up? You have your list, right?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh my God.
Your secretary.
You're here for reading it.
Sorry. Tracy, Roberto, and Melissa. We wanted to welcome you to Virginia Beach. We want to show you what we have to offer, and we're excited to dialogue with all of you because we understand this is a really unique experience to have all of you here. This is something that's been built up over a long time. Jonathan and I didn't have this opportunity in high school, really. It's when it all started when we were in high school. And if we had something like this, I don't know, we'd be totally different. You know? So we just want to welcome all of you to Virginia Beach, and then after that, we're going to go into our oral history. You guys can start with
People that are doing that oral histories can introduce it. That'd be great. So,
The Hampton Roads area has the heaviest concentration of Filipino Americans in the East Coast.
But before we get started, we want to explain, give you a little bit of background of what is Hampton Roads.
Hampton Roads is a region that consists of the cities of Portsmouth, Hampton, Norfolk, Suffolk, Chesapeake, and how can I forget Virginia Beach?
Speaking of Virginia Beach has the highest population of Filipino Americans on the East Coast. With its population of 470,000, it is the 38th most populated metropolitan area in the United States.
Y'all in the South, we got the bay. Now, I ain't talking about the San Francisco Bay. I am talking about the Chesapeake Bay. Right over there. And the big old Atlantic over yonder.
Okay, stop. You sound ridiculous.
Okay, stop it.
Sorry, just trying to spice things up here. If you want to be technical, we're actually in the mid-Atlantic.
Yeah, actually, Norfolk, Virginia, it's home to the largest naval base in the nation. Most Filipino Americans in this area are products of the post-1965 immigration wave. And that's largely a result of enlisting in the United States Navy.
My dad is in the Navy.
My dad was in the Navy.
My dad was in the Navy.
My dad was in the Navy too. Hey, was your mom in the... Is your mom a nurse?
Actually,
No, but I thought Untitled Chapter.
Oh, no. Well, having your dad in the military and your mom as a nurse or in the medical field, that's a common, familiar pattern for a lot of us here in the Hampton Roads area.
But increasingly, the second generation is graduating from college and pursuing a diverse range of career choices.
in October, the Young Filipino Professionals was established.
Yeah, I gave those people a good opportunity, since they've been wearing those tight jeans and listening to all those hair bands, to reconnect with the community, the Filipino American community. I'm hungry. I'm hungry. I mean, I haven't eaten all day.
Okay, I bet you're wondering where you can get a nice, warm, thick, hot pandesal or a giant plate of kari. I bet you're wondering if we have a Jollibee. The answer is
No.
or if we have something like a Goldilocks, perhaps. The answer is
No.
what about if you're craving those hot homemade fries like at Dick's? The answer is
Nope.
what about loads of shopping malls like in National City in San Diego or Daly City? And what about boba? Is there real boba here?
Kinda.
Man, I'm so hungry. We don't have those places, but we do have places like Mary's and Menor. Oh, you can get like anything you want. And there's Susan's Kitchenette. I've heard of it, but I've never been there. We should try that someday. And then there's Joan Mellon's Egg Roll Factory. I've never been there. Have you?
No, I don't think so. But I've been to Sally's Bakery, Angie's Bakery, Menar's, Laguna's, and pepperoni bread.
Did you guys know that more than half of the clubs in the oceanfront are second generation Filipino Americans?
Wait. How old are you guys again? Are you 18? How would you know about clubbing?
Anyways, on behalf of FANHS of Hampton Roads and FIA, we'd like to welcome all of you and are excited that you can share your ideas, knowledge, insights, and talents with us. We will try our hardest to make you feel at home.
Yep, so I hope y'all brought your towels and shower sandals.
Oh yeah, and we want to hear your stories as well. Sometimes our personal histories are just as oppressed as external histories.
And we've learned that learning from books isn't all there is to learning and getting an education.
We've taken the histories of our parents and would like to share them.
so many. And I work in the Philippines. I finished college in Manila, and it's not paying me that much, so I came here, even though it's away from the family. And I'm making more money here. Well, it's a sacrifice. Everything favorite for me is over there because I grew up in the Philippines. But I sacrificed so I could have something better for myself. And I helped my brothers and my sisters come over here. So, favorite thing here is basically the opportunity of making something for myself. I met your mom, I think, Thanksgiving, 1975. Yeah, I had basic camp about 9-10 months in Europe. Then I arrived here summer of 75. I'm on my way to New York with friends to see Manhattan on the long weekend. I think that's what you call Thanksgiving weekend. Oh, we're planning a road trip with my friend. Then your mom and her friends, your Auntie Percy, you know her? Yeah, she has a brother, and he's a friend of one of my shipmates. They were on the way to the base to spend Thanksgiving dinner on board the ship. So I met her at the gate. They offered us a ride, so I sat beside your mom. Because they introduced us to the one that's already married, so I don't want to get in trouble with the one that's already married. So I'd rather sit by the one that's not married. I don't know how your mom take to it, but I sit beside her. Today, it's kind of hard for you kids here born in the U.S. because they will grow here in the American society. Then their parents are born in the Philippines. Parents want to instill some homegrown Filipino values, so the kids, they have to learn both worlds. So it's kind of tough for the kids. But I think you and Tessa are adjusted very well. This is the story of Crisolo Federico Salcedo, my father, also goes by Chris F. Salcedo, who retired from the U.S. Navy as a chief officer after serving 20 years. His work ethic most likely began with his father, Raymond T. Salcedo, or Lolo Ray as we like to call him. Lolo Ray was actually without a steady job or formal education when my father was born. And to support his family, Lolo Ray would work odd jobs around the local shipyard, the naval shipyard. And so that's how our stories come full circle. You now get to meet my grandfather, the man on your right, Lolo Ray. After sending 7 kids to college, he immigrated to the U.S. in 1984 to help raise his first granddaughter, my sister. Then I was born in 1985, and Lolo had his hands full. He helped us learn to read, and always encouraged us to study hard and do well in school. He also cut our hair. One of the odd jobs he did back in the Philippines, which also helped him cut back on costs, since he also cut his 7 children's hair. Overall, he was a rock, a place of comfort and support in our childhood. In fact, my first word was not mama or dada, but Lolo. As if raising 2 grandkids was not enough, my Lolo also worked as janitor in the local Pembroke shopping mall down the street, so he could send money to the rest of his children and grandchildren back in the Philippines. Not to mention his wife, my Nana Illyria, who, after being here for 20 years, he had to stay away from her all that time, only to visit her maybe once or twice. He made those sacrifices for me and my sister, and I don't think I could ever thank him enough. He's been so generous during our childhood, always giving us money whenever we visited him, and tucking a little bit more in each of our birthday cards. And in each of those cards, he always put the same piece of advice, saying, "It is a small part of Christianity. We believe in God. Respect our mother and father. Even though they are in the wrong during the argument, they are right. Just respect them. Maybe answer in a very low voice. That's it. It's a part of Christianity. Respect."
hard for me to imagine being an adult out in the real world where I have to work to support family. And it's hard for me to imagine the responsibility, the pressure, the struggle. It's even harder to imagine that I am not a child. I'm not an adult, but a little child, 7 years old. No father, no real home, just my uncle and me. Just me in the hot, sweaty, tiring fields of the Philippines. Now it's hard for me to imagine a life with no food, no money, no education, and no choices. It's hard for me to imagine the life of my parents, their struggles, the obstacles that they had no choice but to overcome. All I knew about my parents were that they were born in the Philippines. My father, Peter Suazo Oreza, was the middle child and the only boy. My mother was the oldest of 8 children, a result of an arranged marriage. I knew that somehow they ended up in Italy, met, fell in love, got married, then somehow I came along. I was born in Portsmouth, Virginia 18 years ago to these 2 loving parents with stories I never knew, and until now, I didn't understand. My father always said, "Work hard, don't waste time." My mother always said, "Get your education." Of course it makes sense, but now I understand even more. You see, I lived here all of my life, in the land of free and opportunity, where I reside in a middle-class neighborhood and go to a pretty good school, where I can go down the street, go to the mall, go shopping, or go to Wendy's or McDonald's or like any of those places when I'm hungry. Down the street is also the library. I remember when I would ask my dad, "Hey Dad, can I go to the mall with some friends?" He'd be like, "Why not the library? Library's good too." And I also remember when I was on the phone, I would just be chatting away. My dad would say, "Why aren't you studying or doing your homework, or don't you have something to do?" And it was usually like even in the summertime when it's supposed to be my break. He's like, "Why aren't you studying?" I also remember when I felt like I couldn't do something, my dad would say, "Just give it another shot." I will never forget the day in 8th grade when I interviewed my dad and found out why I had never met my grandpa. When my father was 7 years old, his dad and 2 uncles left for the war and never came back. Then my father left his mother and his 2 sisters to work in the fields with his other uncle. He describes himself as a loner, planting sugarcane, making sugar, planting bananas, rice, corn, and buying fish to sell, whatever it took. He worked hard for his family and for himself. He went to school and worked and eventually joined the Navy. He worked in Italy, where my mom worked. My mother grew up dirt poor, with strict parents, and not enough money for her to get an education. She went on strike, starved herself, but then worked for 3 maids to get money. She had also stayed with the neighbor while her parents left her so she could attend primary school. She got as much of an education as she could afford, but to her it just wasn't enough. She then had the opportunity to go to Italy and work because her aunt had given her a contract. This was one of the opportunities my mom had, one out of very few, and I have many. When I was stressed out with school and dance and band, I should have been more grateful that I even had those opportunities. I should have said thank you a little more often, because if my parents hadn't moved here, I wouldn't have the opportunities that I have. I never understood the obstacles my parents had to overcome, and I never understood the sacrifices that they had made. But now, I'm starting to understand, but I'm still learning.
I can have my dad come up here, please. In the middle of the night, I can hear the rhythmic symphony of clicks and tapping orchestrated by the chapped and dull hands of a stranger. Sometimes if I was lucky, I'd catch the sound of a half-assed laugh or the loud silence accompanying the most important decision, how many books to bid on. But more often than not, at night, I would be pierced by the sound of a lung screaming its last breath while running into some traffic on the way out. And it never bothered me, because I was kind of relieved to know that that zombie downstairs had some life in him left. And in his tomb, sealed by this transparent veil that completely felt impenetrable, I saw every way out and not one way in. I saw him sit there with this look of pity in his eyes as he struggled to smile in acknowledgement of the effort that I was making. And then he would vanish under a collage of instant messages and pop-up ads. That stranger who I had tucked away in a library of albums that now collect dust in my room. That man was silent as the black and white baby photos that used to hang on the wall. That man who used to take care of the yard and swims in an ocean of bills every day, but the most I gave him credit for was the amount of time he spent in front of that monitor. That silent stranger never fit the word of a father. Maybe I never knew its definition. Maybe I never fit the definition of a good son. This man was born on December 9th, 1949 in the Philippines to a family of 11.
Only 21.
Learning the value of food, punctuality, and humbleness. 3 values that I barely have a grasp of. This man who used to run and play basketball instead of serving food at his family's restaurant after school. This man who breezed by school with being the honor of the class's salutatorian, and at age 18, leaving his home and family to serve in the U.S. Navy. I never once embraced the sacrifice that you made that day. The first of 3 years he served as a cook, after realizing that he no longer held the enthusiasm for holding that position, he transferred to administrative duty. He traveled to Spain, France, and Italy on his cruises, where he would brag about meeting the local girls, but we won't get into that because of all my girls. After finishing deployment in Japan, he was stationed in California. His dad, Cena, was petitioned in 72, and in 73, the rest of his family was soon to follow. Later, he met my mom, Rosemary Monterola, and was married in June of 82, and in September, they moved to Philadelphia. On April 23, 1983, he was blessed with his first child, me, and on January 10, 1985, he again was blessed with his daughter, my sister, Melissa. Not long after we moved to Virginia, and after a while, he no longer enjoyed the long cruises that took him away from his family, and he retired in 89. From then on, he worked odd jobs to support the family, like being a realtor, tax preparer, working on the stock at the commissary up until recently, and now he works at home. But these jobs do not adequately and justly define my father. He has always been the provider, always giving the last of his pocket money so me and my sister could go and play video games at the mall, while he had nothing left for his food. The handyman, fixing and creating things that the family could use, the shed, a computer desk, my apartment nightstand, garage sales, a homemade beetle trap, and also doing all the maintenance on all our cars. All small things that we use more than one occasion. The taxi man driving me and my sister and a van full of our friends to the mall or bowling alleys every day, and picking us up right before he had to go to work. The tutor always pushing us to do better when we felt we couldn't do anymore, and making sure that our assignments was done. The cook feeding us even though we told him repeatedly that we weren't hungry. He made sure that we had a plate to eat off. Finally, the father. The job he gets so little credit for. All the things he does, and he remains silent. When he has the right to scream for every bit of attention that he does deserve. all the accomplishments in his life, and he still stands so still, embracing the silence within. This stranger never distanced himself from me. It was I who distanced myself from him, from the guilt that I felt because I didn't know how to return my love. You were lost in that monitor not to escape, but maybe, just maybe, you sat there because that's where you thought you could find me. And I'm sorry for doubting what I never gave a chance. Maybe in this light, I learned the true definition of the Father when I found you.
What he said was true, except for the birthday. It's erroneous.
My dad, these trophies in our house. All these volleyball trophies. Spike leaves, mermaid, all that. It's crazy. We have so many trophies in our house. We don't know what to do with them. I think my mom told me about it. She's like, oh, there's so many. My dad, maybe he was the shortest. You can maybe see a couple of pictures. But he was spiked all the way above the neck. Said he was playing against British guys on the road right there. And that he beat them real bad. They were like crying. 1976, I guess he got this shirt somehow, but I wore it to gym class a lot during high school, and he'd always say, Lisa, you gotta take care of that shirt. That shirt's older than you are. It says Virginia Beach volleyball. It is old. It's already half old. But my dad was in Charleston, South Carolina. He was stationed a lot. I guess maybe, I don't know, maybe that was the first time a Filipino American was in the newspaper. Who knows? So my dad has been in the Navy was in the Navy for about 30 years. And he retired December 1999. There, I guess he's shaking hands with his friends. And in the next picture, he's taking a master's degree. I noticed that my dad, he always told me my sister doing that slides over there. My sister's guy, he always tells us, you better study hard. That your education is the key. He always, I was like, Dad, I need to get a job. I need some money. I need to go buy some clothes. I need to get a car. He said, don't worry about that. I'm going to take care of it for you. So throughout high school and sometimes, he's like, don't get a job, just study. We need you to study. It's all you can focus on. And I guess all those 30 years of being in the Navy and sacrificing his family for us. He really He gave up so much for us, just so that me and my sisters can go to college, have the opportunity to do what we want to do in life, be it what they want us to be, a doctor, a lawyer, or whatever we want to do, I guess. So they say. He really sacrificed so much for us, and I really appreciate it. I'm sorry that I couldn't be here today. I wanted to share it with them. But I just wanted to tell my dad thanks. And share my dad's story.
It was 1991, the year me and my father came in search of a new life. I was 6 years old. I didn't remember much. All I remember was the cold stares people gave me and my father as we bore our feet into the soils of America. I wasn't used to being called foreign. I was never called that before. My father had it worse. Fired from another job because he couldn't talk proper English. I was 6 years old and I overheard my father being told that he wasn't wanted. They told him to go back where he came from. They say grown men don't cry. It's true. So I cried for my father. I cried because he was a slave, whipped by verbal comments, shackled to his own skin color. And I was 6 years old. My father and I went to the store to buy some cup ramen noodles and some canned foods, hoping that it would last us 4 weeks. I lost hope, which my father kept for me. I hated my father because he brought me to America. I was 6 years old and I was ashamed of my father. I fixed my English because I didn't want to talk like him. I didn't want to be treated like he was. I didn't want to be Filipino. So I did the easiest thing for me to do. I forgot. I forgot. And I lost 10 years of my childhood. I'm 16 years old and I asked my father how it was like the first time coming to America. He said it was the most difficult time of his life. I know that. Then he smiled at me. He said that watching me live a normal life was worth all the bullshit he was put through. He's getting old and he still manages to put food on the table, clothes on my back. Then I realized my father wasn't weak at all. He knew better than those people that called him names. I couldn't care less what others call my father. His real name is Raimundo Villanueva Bernardino. I love my father.
Well, I'm about to I guess read for you all. It's an English paper I wrote in 9th grade, and my teacher asked us to write about something that changed our life. So I wrote about my Lola. Tagalog is the language that many Filipinos speak. Lola is the name we give to our grandmothers. Alfreda Balagaso is the name of my Lola. She was the only grandparent I ever met. I was so happy and carefree on that day until I was told the unfortunate news. I have many vivid memories of my grandmother. For instance, she was always afraid of lightning. When I was a child, she visited my family. There was a storm and she made my brother, sister, and I go into the bathroom for refuge. Another time was when she told me to try my hardest in school and to have a good life. She gave me those words while she lay ill on her deathbed. My family and I went to Canada in early August of 2001 to visit some relatives. Back then I had not grasped the fact that my Lola's time was running out. She suffered from multiple myeloma, a form of bone cancer. My Lola was becoming weaker and her bones became more brittle as the days progressed. Again, sometime in late October, we visited my ill grandmother again. Lola was in the hospital where she spent her final days. She was becoming delirious and couldn't speak well. Her body was becoming smaller and paler. I can still remember her refusing to take her pain medication. She wanted to be able to be awake to see her loved ones. We had to leave Canada at night. My grandmother had taken her sleeping pill for the night, and all was quiet. I was the last one out of the hospital room. I remember that moment well. It was the last time I saw Lola breathing. October 26th is a day I will never forget. My girlfriend came to visit me that afternoon. The weather was fair. I was sitting down with my girlfriend on my bed when my dad summoned me into the hallway. My auntie had called to bring the bad news. My grandmother, my Lola, had passed away.
told my father that ever since we left, my grandmother stopped eating and stopped talking. She said that she missed us and was waiting for us to come back to take care of her. I wish I could see her face, alive and well, just one last time. The only grandparent I ever met was Alfreda Balagasay. She is my Lola, my grandmother. She was my mom's mother. Lola gave me hope, inspiration, and help when I needed it. My grandmother will be missed. Thank you.
That was really emotional and really moving. I think you guys should take, wow, stand up, man. Can I say something?
Right. He's the oldest guy here. You know, I'm very proud of you. Was the original raw house you had. And each of you have this. I salute you. And this is why I wanted to get that film. Because your mom, or his parents, and your fathers, and you would say, take it back to see. Nobody cares for them. So that you did. And I thank you for all your parents. Well done.
Isn't this all right?
That was really powerful. Really powerful. You guys are strong to share something like that. This is just a preview to what our week is going to be like in the next couple of days. I think they set the tone, being honest and sharing their family histories with everybody. So hopefully everyone in the audience can share with them because they've opened their hearts to you.
I mean, just like thinking of like how where we started off from, like we did our we sort of did the same thing, but we performed it at Central Library the same way. But it's like it wasn't as powerful as that because I mean when we first started off, it's like we didn't have this grasp of the culture, we didn't have this grasp of knowledge that the people that laid the foundation and Dr. Bergano and Lena and Ray, all these people taught us, and it's just like I mean we read what our parents lived like. But it's like these people, they felt what their parents did for them. You know what I'm saying? It's just two completely different things. And that just shows the evolution of like what we've tried to do and what it's become. And then these people are like examples. And if we could just do this, set a standard, you know what I'm saying? And I mean, this is so powerful. And it's like, look at this conference, man. I mean, every time we throw something, Dr. Bergano and Lena know, they're always like, oh yeah, it's a good crowd, but I'm always like, man, there should be masses of people. We should be turning people away. There should be 5,000 people here. People from Florida driving up just for our youth summit. You know what I'm saying? And it's just like, I mean, you're not going to get that anywhere else. And it's like, so tomorrow, I mean, this is just the first night, people. You know what I'm saying? So when you guys, like, tell your friends to come back tomorrow. We have spoken word. We have our conferences. We have all of our dialogue going on. July 4th, man, we're having an amazing film at MacArthur Memorial. The story of what we've contributed to the war. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's just stories just like that, but it may not be as close to us as we think it is, but it's deeper than that. And we should share this with so many more people. So grab your coworkers on. Tell your patients. You know what I'm saying? I know where you live. You better be bringing some people. All right? So, I mean, let's give them one more round of applause.
please see Joni after for the donation for coming to this event, because for the venue, for the place, and just to keep the organization going, because we're not government funded. We don't have any grants really to put this on, and this is something that we just wanted to do from our hearts, and we just need a little bit of support. So we're putting out our system, so to see Joni after.
That was amazing. That was completely amazing. I can actually say, of all the years I've been trying to do community work, I've been here 20 years, that's the accumulation. You know what I'm saying? They actually own and taken ownership of our history. The one thing, see, I've always been kind of misunderstood. Okay? People think that, I'm all anti-white and all this stuff. No. Because before you could even learn Filipino American history, Philippine history, any type of history, if you don't even know your own family, you're still poor. You know what I'm saying? You guys, well. But I would be remiss to even introduce to you our final speaker, the man behind the scenes. At one time, should I tell the story? No. I'm going to tell the story because Fred Eco doesn't know the story. And maybe he'll get this next gentleman on TV. What? Right? Ferdy Tolentino, our first Filipino school board member. I don't know if you guys remember that back in 1994. Went to Salem High School. And there was this young crossing guard. Ferdy got out of the car, was waiting patiently. The crossing guard was like this, stop! Oh, by the way, my name is Ray Obispo and I teach. Oh, you're a teacher. So, Ray Obispo got his first job. Well, at first, they were going to put him at Kellam High School. That's his alma mater, Kellam High School. Yeah! But Ferdy pulled a couple strings and no, you're going to go to Salem and, you're going to be a Filipino teacher. And Jonathan's correct in the sense that at that time in the early 90s, you guys got to remember, man, there were a lot of Filipino gangs, right? And so I personally went to the city council and said, look, you're only talking about 2% of our people that's causing, that's causing these problems. What type of program do you have to convince the 98% to not get involved in these type of activities? There we go. Right? So, took a chance. Right? We're going to develop a program. Ray, see, I'm kind of old. These kids, they cannot relate to me too much, right? So I needed to have somebody kind of in between, and who happens to be their teacher, But Ray, when I first met him, he was like the very first FACS meeting. He came. Well, there were like 200 or 300 people came up, and Ray never did anything like this before. He was from Kellam, right? So he comes up to the room, in front of the class, big spoon and fork, type of deal. But I said, Ray, you're almost there. You're almost there. And it's very, very difficult to try to convert or even make our people realize that there are other ways to express ourselves besides the folk dancing and the singing. Because I come from an area where we don't sing, we don't dance when it comes to representing our people. I think a lot of that's because I can't sing and dance. Ray took it to heart. We started to do programs where I actually challenged them. Let's do a program where there's no singing and no dancing. Damn. What is a Filipino supposed to do? So we introduced poetry. A lot of my West Coast friends, Pinoy Know Yourself stole some of those poems, stole some of Tim's poems. You know, they started to perform it. And here I am sitting there going, God dang, look at these guys. And then, you know, I could start feeling the heart. You know what I'm saying? Like these people showed tonight about, hey, it's all in here, you know. And try to get them interested into the history, to take the oral history. You know. Because if we do not take pride in our own history, who will? And so, I think just tonight, what I saw, I am just, from the bottom of my heart, you guys, our future is in good hands. And without further ado, I'm going to have Mr. Obispo come up here and say a few words. And, you know, again, this is all not prepared, guys. So this is what's interesting. So, wait.
If you guys go to the dorms tonight, you'll get the real version of that story about I was never a crossing guard. He loves telling that. I let him have his fun, but I'll give you the real, uncut, true version later on if you're interested. And you guys know I was never a crossing guard. I was a safety patrol captain. I'll let him have his fun. I'll let him have his fun. But, so, I had the badge. I'll tell you the story. It's really stupid, but I'll tell you anyway. I grew up liking the Dallas Cowboys, and you know how you have the embarrassing moments against this. Is part of oral history. So I was safety patrol captain. I had the gold badge and everything. And I had this crush on this girl like in 4th grade, right? And I was there like telling everyone to go, you know, walk this way and, you know, be straight, things like that. And I guess I don't know what I was doing because the Cowboys were like in the Super Bowl in '77. And I was practicing field goals like this, right? And I guess I was too into it because I fell and it hit my head on the concrete sidewalk and I kind of passed out. And she kind of looked at me and she said, "You're a dork." So that's my oral history. But I guess I'm learning so much from people here, and it's learning kind of environment experience and things like that. And I'm sure I'm going to get feedback from everyone. And, you know, just being here, just hanging around with Timoteo for like 30 minutes, you know, taught me a couple things. I asked him a question because Charlene Prosser and the people from FANHS know that I've kind of quit writing for a while because I've kind of like hit this kind of thing in which I can't write too much. I needed to do something different. And Tim told me earlier, he was like, man, you know what? Because I write about it. A lot of my pieces are about identity growing up because I never wanted to be Filipino either. I thought I was white up until I was 24 years old. You know, so I wrote a lot of my pieces are about identity. And Tim told me outside, he was like, why did you write about identity? You know, why don't you write about things that are universal? You know, like love, family, and definitely history, and also just being part of humanity. And I guess what we see here is kind of like very universal. It doesn't matter what color you guys are or what background you might have. You can take these stories, and I think anybody can make these stands and really kind of draw from these stories. I know I was over there, I was bawling, right? Because those pictures, every Filipino dad does have those pictures. And if you went to Virginia Beach, and Melissa, Coleen was like, they wear the same outfits too. Yeah, they do. It's always like brown or something like that. But anyway, so I am totally, completely humbled being here in front of you guys and also having the opportunity to share. And I can't wait for the rest of the weekend. So thank you guys so much for coming. And I want you to do this because when we do kind of some of our productions, I worry a lot about lighting and I worry about production and all these different things. But I think this might have been the best thing that I put together because sometimes the simplest things are the best things. And I think this was so simple, but yet so beautiful. So I want you guys to give them another round of applause. For sharing and being part of this tonight. I guess I'm going to turn it over to either Lena or Allan because they have some final details to give you guys. Thank you.
Allan, he wants to say something.
Okay.
waiting for my MC, and she's not here yet, so I guess that's why I'm dressed like this, straight from Busch Gardens. And I'm not supposed to be in front of you, so that's why I'm kind of like looking at you. But I'll just wing it. So I'm not the MC. She'll be here soon. Anyway, thank you so much. My name is Obispo, and I'm with the Filipino American National Historical Society. And you guys are part of something that is groundbreaking, and is something that has never been done in this area. This is going to be a live CD recording of spoken word poetry and also dramatic interpretation of original works that has been performed by and written by students locally in the Hampton Roads area. And just for that announcement, you guys need to give these students a round of applause. Since it is a live recording, we really need to be conscious and aware that any clicks, so if you have a cell phone, please do something with it.
Vibrate.
Yeah, make sure the thing doesn't ring, because it's going to really affect the mic and also the recording. Also, if you guys need to leave at any point, make sure that you do it during the in-between performances, okay? And if you have any questions, please let me know. I'm going to be standing right over there. Also, since this is FANHS and this is a nonprofit organization and we do a lot of work with the community, we make our own, we try to raise our own funds and our own money. So what we've been asking, if you guys have been on the website and things like that, for guests, for a $15 donation to FANHS, and we're running like in an honor system here. There wasn't anybody in the front, but Auntie Joan May Cordova here. We'll see you after the performance for the donation. And I think we're about ready to go because I see some of our last performers just came in here. So with that, you guys excited? This is groundbreaking stuff. Yeah. I don't know if that was good. All right, spoken word poetry, Hampton Roads, Virginia Beach style, coming to you right now. I'm not supposed to be the MC. All right, so the first person that I want you guys to give a warm welcome to is a mentor to me, and without him, I wouldn't be here. He's a visionary along with his wife Edwina, and a lot of the things that we do here in our organization in Virginia Beach, Hampton Roads, wouldn't be without this gentleman and also his wife Edwina. Please give a round of applause to Allan Bergano. Where's Bernard? Is he here?
Hold on. You know, in case you guys didn't know, I just turned 50 and I need my glasses.
Stop stalling.
Happy birthday to you.
You're not 50, you're 49.99.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He's not a price. 49.99.
Test. Oh my God. Yeah, approximately, I would say 1993, 1994. I started to get involved with, local area high school students here, as far as introducing them to a different type of medium to represent who we are, and that is namely the possibility of poetry and also spoken word. Before that, I worked with a lot of college students in the late 80s, and actually 1990 and 1991, where one of the things that I realized here on the East Coast, there's this lack, I wouldn't say lack, but I haven't heard, actual people get up and do a speech, and that's my phone. Nobody calls me. Hold on.
It's one of your patients. My brace is broken.
It really inspired me as far as exactly where I am and what I am supposed to do as a Filipino American or as a Pinoy. And it's been a lifelong search because the identity is basically, you always redefine yourself. It's not a constant type of thing. Because if you were the same person 10 years ago as you are today, you wasted 10 years. So with that thought, I came up with this piece, and many of you have probably read it because it has been published in various journals, but I don't think you've ever heard it performed. And so I'm going to present to you this piece I wrote back in the late 80s. So I'm going to read it so you guys get the gist of it. Okay. And I'm actually kind of nervous because I haven't done this in a while, so enjoy. In 1970, when I was a young 17-year-old, identity was the #1 problem of our community. Back then, there were 4 terms to explain my American identity, namely Filipino, Oriental, Spanish surname, and the newest term, Asian Pacific Islander. While filling out the U.S. Census form, I had only 2 choices, Asian Pacific Islander and other. I checked other. Almost 30 years later, after great strides in America's social revolution, young 17-year-olds today possessing Filipino ancestry now have at least 15 terms to choose from, namely Filipino, Filipina, Filipino, Filipina, Filipino American, Filipina American, Filipino American, Filipina American, American Filipino, American Filipina, American Filipino, American Filipina, Filipino American, Asian Pacific American, and the newest term, Pan-Asian. What's going on here? Needless to say, when filling out the 1990 U.S. Census form, I still had only 2 choices, and again, I checked other. After 30 years of meetings, conferences, conventions, and symposiums, 30 years of reading, writing, educating, and sensitizing, 30 years in confronting apathy, ignorance, criticism, and jealousy, after 30 years, identity is still the #1 problem in our community today. Or is it? Let me introduce to you another term to consider. This term was conceived over 70 years ago. I would like to share with you how I first stumbled upon this term, what it means to me, and hopefully what it should mean to you. The term is Pinoy. Up until the summer of 1971, I considered myself an American. While growing up, my parents never taught me the Filipino language because only English was permitted in American schools. I was encouraged to not associate with Filipinos because my parents felt the association would be a hindrance in getting into the American mainstream. I was extremely embarrassed of my parents' Filipino accent when I had to introduce them to my white teachers and black friends. I closed my eyes in shame during a Philippine folk dancing presentation as the men jumped on stage wearing only a G-string and spear in hand during the Igorot suite. I cried for a hamburger or pizza at the dinner table when my mom would serve Filipino dishes like pinakbit or dinaguman. My parents told me I should be proud of being Filipino, and I would quickly answer back, what is there to be proud about? I couldn't speak the language. I'd never been to the Philippines. I was too clumsy to be a folk dancer, too ugly to be a Miss Philippines candidate. Is there more to being Filipino than lumpia, adobo, pancit, folk dancing, queen contests, and church? I honestly felt that the Filipino community had nothing to offer me, so why should I get involved? Why should I stick around? Reality abruptly arrived that summer of 1971 when I obtained employment to finance my college education at a salmon cannery in Kenai, Alaska. Through the months of June to August, I became part of a crew comprising of 40 Filipino old-timers who came to this country in the 1920s and 30s. As I entered the cafeteria for my first meal in Alaska, I noticed all the Filipinos were sitting on one side of the room, voraciously consuming servings of fish head soup and rice. On the other side of the room, all the white people were feasting on steak and fries. Being an American, I sat on the side where steak and fries are being served. All of a sudden, the waiter bolted towards me and told me I was sitting on the wrong side of the room. I told him I wasn't one of them. I wasn't Filipino. I'm an American and I eat American food. However, the waiter would not accept my Americanness. Instead, his hardened blue eyes reddened with rage and insisted that I move to the other side where he thought I belonged. I calmly complied by taking my plate of steak and fries and quietly moved to the side where the elderly Filipinos sat. As I sat down, I noticed a word carved deeply into the bare wooden wall. This word had a profound effect on me. The word was Pinoy. I asked the Manong sitting next to me, what does Pinoy mean? He answered, that's what we are, Pinoy. Between 1920 and 1930, approximately 45,000 Filipinos immigrated into this country. For some reason, they called themselves Pinoy. They chose this term to declare their identity in these United States. They were the first ones to make the distinction that a Filipino is a person of Filipino ancestry living in the Philippines. A Pinoy is a person of Filipino ancestry living in the United States. They did not say that Pinoys are better or Filipinos are worse. They are saying we are made from the same stock, Filipino, but we live in completely different environments. Therefore, we are different. The Filipino identity implies the Philippines. The Pinoy identity implies the United States. And today represents a very small portion of today's Filipino American spectrum. Pinoys are more concerned with issues that are happening here in America, not in the Philippines, because we live here. Issues like drugs, teenage pregnancies, gang violence, racism, discrimination, high school and college dropouts concern me as a Pinoy more than the latest election results in the Philippines because I live here, not in the Philippines. As a Pinoy, the emphasis is shifted from I or me to we or us. Therefore, a person is not only concerned with personal achievements and successes, but also becomes concerned more about the success and failure of our people as a whole. The 15 terms mentioned before are more or less concerned with distinct physical characteristics, the color of the skin, hair, eyes, etc. As Pinoys, we are more concerned about actions that are governed by the heart, the mind, and the soul. Our goal is to not be better than anyone else. Our goal is to be treated as good as everyone else. Throughout that summer in 1971 and for the next 10 summers, I listened and learned from the heartbreaking life experiences of members of that Pinoy crew. Looking back, I now know that I actually discovered Filipino American history from the makers of this history. I began to understand the Pinoys of the 1920s and 30s were really not just simple migrant workers or illiterate underachievers, but rather unsung heroes and overlooked role models because they were forced to swallow their pride, forced to sacrifice their dignity, and forced to give up their dreams of opportunity by becoming menial laborers for survival's sake. The truth is, menial labor was the only type of employment America would offer them, even if Pinoys possessed college degrees from American universities. I felt the humiliation of my father being regulated to a bottle washer. After financing his college education by working as a houseboy, dishwasher, and field hand, he graduated with a BS in pharmacy from Oregon State University in 1936. However, his American dream of being a pharmacist in these United States was shattered. Only American citizens could dispense drugs. All Pinoys were denied American citizenship. Therefore, instead of dispensing drugs, a task pharmacists do, he was only allowed to wash the bottles that contained them. I felt the heartache of a Pinoy family whose house burned down by resentful vigilantes because the Pinoy was married to a white woman. I felt the injustice brought upon these ambitious Pinoys who wanted to become farmers but could not own land because it was against the law. I felt the outrage and insult when America passed legislation in the form of the Repatriation Act of 1934, which paid money to Pinoys to get the hell out of this country and go back to the Philippines. These Pinoys were truly America's most unwanted. This country, during those times, took away the American dream of opportunity from the Pinoy that was advertised to all ethnic groups. These Pinoys, our American pioneers, vividly recall the hopelessness and poverty by surviving it, recall the grime and racism by wearing it, and recall the humiliation and despair by eating it. Instead of giving up and going back to the Philippines, they survived and flourished in America through virtues of hard work, honesty, loyalty, persistence, and courage. Pinoy blood, sweat, and fears built the solid foundation of respect where today's Pinoy communities stand. They believed and practiced the principles of sharing, caring, brotherhood, camaraderie, compassion, fairness, and justice. It is these virtues and principles that comprises the essence of the Pinoy identity. This is what they stood for. This is what I stand for. What do you stand for? My father and my uncles were ashamed of their Pinoy past, but I take pride in it. After all, isn't the greatness of a people based upon the ability to overcome impossible obstacles? Not only did they overcome America's obstacles of harsh racism and blatant oppression, but they did it with an amiable style and flair that I know I will never witness again. The spirit of Pinoy, which is innate in all of us, is the driving force that allows us to declare, we are not Asian Pacific Islander, we are not Asian Pacific Americans, we are not Filipino, we are Pinoy, we are Filipino Americans, we have a distinct American identity, we have a unique American historical presence, we have a rich, diverse Filipino American culture. American citizenship is not free. Freedom isn't even free. Someone had to pay the price. I learned that my father and my Pinoy uncles of the 1920s and 30s paid this price by absorbing the worst forms of racism, discrimination, and genocide than any other Filipino ethnic group. They earned my right to be called an American. They were the ones who opened the doors of opportunities for descendants like me that eternally remain close to them. I will never forget these sacrifices, and neither should you. Today, Filipino Americans are the largest Asian Pacific American ethnic group in the United States. We outnumber the Japanese, the Chinese, the Vietnamese, the Koreans. We are the largest. Period. Filipino Americans are also the oldest Asian American ethnic group in the United States. We came here before the Japanese, the Chinese, the Vietnamese, the Koreans. We have been in this country since 1587. We are the oldest. Period. If we are the largest, and the oldest Asian Pacific American ethnic group in this country, why are we not mentioned in American history books? Why are we not mentioned in American history classes? And furthermore, why does this historical ignorance extend to our fellow Kapatid in the Philippines? When I sat in American history class, I had to learn about the migration of the Germans, Italians, and Irish into this country. I had to learn about the plight of the blacks from the days of slavery to Martin Luther King. I had to learn about the Japanese internment camps during World War II. I had to learn about the Korean War and the Vietnam War. But what about us? I want to know why the first Pinoy settlement was in New Orleans, Louisiana in 1763. I want to know why in 1930, and Mr. D.W. Rohraback, who was a Northern Monterey County Justice of the Peace, denounced Filipinos as, and I quote, the most worthless, shiftless, diseased, semi-barbarians that ever came to our shores, end quote. He charged the Pinoys with being disease carriers, destroying the American wage scale, and attempting to allure young American and Mexican girls. This judge asserted that, and I quote, Filipinos migrating from a very, very primitive society were able to live 15 in one room and able to sustain themselves on only rice and fish. In short, they corroded American standards of labor and morality. End quote. I want to know why Pinoys could not become American citizens until July 2nd, 1946. I want to know why Pinoys could not intermarry with whites in the state of Virginia until 1967. I want to know why Filipinos who fought for this country under the American flag during World War II are still being denied American citizenship and veteran benefits. If you do not know the answers to these questions, you do not know your history. If you do not know your history, you do not know your identity. If you do not know your identity, you will answer to anything. If your identity has no history, you do not exist. If our historical contributions here in the United States are not included in the American educational curriculum, where then will our voices be validated? How then will our stories be learned? Therefore, it is up to us, as descendants of the Manila Men of New Orleans in 1763, as grandchildren of the Cicadas in Hawaii since 1906, as sons of the Pinoys of the 1920s and 30s, as daughters of Filipino American World War II veterans, as children of mess stewards, cooks, nurses, doctors, educators, accountants, and engineers who settled in America's East Coast and Midwest in the 1960s and 70s, it is up to all of us to take charge of our destiny by enhancing and claiming our identity as Filipino Americans, by embracing all obstacles overcame, experiences endured, differences accepted in these United States, and passionately promote this diverse legacy of resistance and resiliency called Filipino American history. I dare you to be Pinoy.
Start a conference with Allan's presentation that really puts everything into context. And I noticed that some people came in, and I remember what we told you earlier about this is a volunteer kind of like function. They would try to do a lot of fundraising for the students. So we're asking for the donation that I requested earlier. And if you see Joan May Cordova right over there, before you guys leave, she'll take care of everything. Okay. And our next performers, I'm really excited about this group because I think they've been around for probably 2 hours. But I think the energy that they just created in 2 hours, they were like so hyped about it, they wanted just to share it right away. So I don't even know what I'm going to get, but I'm excited about it. Alex, Chris, Christina, Charlene, and Timoteo Cordova is going to do this. Oh, and Roberto. right? So you guys can give them a round of applause.
Alright, brief overview of what actually happened in the past 2 hours. We had our trip to Busch Gardens today. It was kind of like, just kind of a bonding time and also dialogue. After the trip, we had there was a big discussion in the back of the van about where our effort, and all this stuff about like what exactly it was we were doing. And everybody seemed tired, so we needed to hype up the the whole situation, exactly. So, we had like a little drum session in like the dorm rooms, and we had like a nice little cipher going. But we came up with this little piece that we're gonna have with the drums over there by Bergano and Timoteo.
Because I saw him do it. Give it up again. That was amazing. And especially, Roberto, raise your hand. He just picked that up in 2 days. Nice. I am blown away. I can't speak. All right. Now, here's the thing with this. It always seems to surprise me, the people that come out. to do these things. The next group of students that I want to bring up, Julie, Jason, and also Nina, have been kind of like affiliated with a lot of people at Salem High School and also FACS. I know that Nina and Julie are going to be rising freshmen to Salem High School next year. And Jason is going to be part of the leader of the organization at Tallwood High School. So this is a new collaboration. I want you guys to welcome them, Julie, Jason, and Nina. Come on up.
Okay, I guess this piece that we're about to do is basically just about a story about a girl and like what she thinks. Yeah. Okay.
Did you know her?
Yeah.
How's her family?
Everyone's
I
crying.
can't believe it.
What happened?
It was those pills.
Were you close to her?
I wish I got to know her
It's
better.
weird how things can happen just like that.
So are you going to it?
Yeah, let's go.
Man, why can't I be happy? I try so hard to hide it. I mean, I always do well in school, and I'm even in a band of my own.
She had so many things going for her.
Yeah, she had a promising future, but she threw it all away.
I started drinking and doing drugs, because you all know that's what the cool kids do.
She tried so hard to fit in.
Like she was always the happy one, but that's probably how she tried to cover it up.
Yeah, I think you're right.
My mom won't let me do anything. I can't even shave my legs.
So that's why she wore pants every day.
Are you serious?
Yeah, her legs, they look like beasts.
Why can't I look like her? Her slender body, her tender lips, her nice Asian hair, and her shaved legs. Yeah, I guess that's why he left me. My boyfriend, that is.
Yeah, a lot of my friends liked her. I wonder if she knew.
Yeah, there was this one time I went out with her boyfriend, and now I feel so bad.
Man, you're terrible.
It seems as if people just keep on talking about me. I hate it.
Everyone liked her. She didn't have problems with anyone.
I guess she didn't realize it.
Our Father who art in heaven.
She had a lot of miseries.
Yeah, I remember that. She must
Our
have been
Father
really
who art in
religious.
heaven. Please take away my sorrow. God was never there for me. I pray every night, yet my prayers were never answered.
But she seemed as if she had doubt.
Wow, I can't believe she's gone.
The world would be better off without me here. People won't have to worry about me anymore, and it's not like anyone will be at my funeral.
There's so many people here.
She's so young.
I can't accomplish my goal by just cutting myself, so I'm taking these pills. I've found my answer.
So, how did she die again?
She committed suicide.
Asian American women have the second highest female suicide rate among 15 to 24-year-olds.
They also have the highest rate of depressive symptoms for adolescents among all racial, ethnic, and gender groups.
Additionally, Asian American women over the age of 65 have the highest female suicide rate across all racial and ethnic groups.
When I was in my 8th grade year going into a freshman year, I wasn't doing what you guys are doing. I don't know what I was doing.
You were crossing.
Safe patrol captain. I want to bring up Rose Atienza. She's associated, she's hanging around with somebody who's from Salem High School, Mercado, and she does a lot of spoken word in the college circuit, and she's new, and she asked me to be part of it, and I said yes. So Rose Atienza, come on up.
Good evening, everybody. Well, the piece I'm going to perform is my very first piece, and some of you guys have seen me perform it, some of you haven't, and it relates to the 18 years of my life. I'm only 19, and I learned a lot, and I'm still learning. Basically, it's about learning about myself. I didn't know who I was, and what this young group is doing here is exactly how I felt, and at one point in my life. I didn't understand my parents, and this piece also relates to mostly people in my generation, you know, the young Filipino American young adults, and you know, trying to understand our parents' traditions and trying to understand ourselves, where we're coming from, because we're living in a way different society. And I think it's wonderful that we have a society like this to keep our culture and history alive, because it's important that we have an identity, because if we don't, we're nothing. So I came up with this piece, and I pray that you guys relate to it and enlighten yourselves. All right, here goes. Well, first of all, I'm not your typical Asian. I don't have chinky eyes and say ching chow mein. I'm part of 3 islands on the Pacific where the sun shines on Luzon, blesses Visaya, and kisses Mindanao goodnight. Where I am penniless but happy, blessed with rice. Not dirty or poor people, just happy. Where palm trees rise along the beaches by the house my family lives, built with bamboo and bricks by my grandparents' hands. A language and script that exists but has nothing to do with mine, Chinese brothers and sisters. And if you would listen, you would hear my ancestors cry their hopes and dreams for me, instead of you who tries to tell me who I am, an intelligent, beautiful, uniquely dedicated, educated, motivated, empowered, virtuous woman. By my mother, my father, my brothers and sisters, my family, that given me life, opportunity, and spirit. Whilst my hands and feet bleed, I pray. I struggle as a minority as you chink your eyes to try and see me, questioning me if I am Pinay enough or American enough, like it really matters. But I hold you in hopes that you can open your eyes and see me, instead of dictating me, breaking it down so you can try and understand me and call me your little Filipino girl, your little Filipino girl, your little Filipino girl. To my surprise, your words soothe me, but in no way can you seduce me, as my wise mother would say to such a phrase. Honey, not this generation, because I'm not. I refuse to be a little cheeky housewife. I refuse to forget where I come from. I refuse to forget who I am, the daughter of 2 Filipino parents who fought for their American dream, so that I wouldn't have to know what it was like to live in a house built with bamboo and bricks, so that I wouldn't have to know what it was like to share my bed with my brothers and sisters, first and second cousins, so that I wouldn't have to go to school with the same pair of shoes every year or the same outfit every day, so that I wouldn't have to know what it was like to be hungry, to be poor, to struggle every day, but to gain the respect, the knowledge, the wisdom, the compassion, the acknowledgement that I deserve, that she deserves, that he deserves, that we deserve. And if you would listen, you would hear my ancestors cry their hopes and dreams for me, instead of you who tries to define who I am. But the definition is not complex. I am Filipino American, and it's not a mathematical equation. It's a simple Einstein situation where no addition or subtraction can divide the two, but empower my mind multiple times. Empower my mind multiple times. I said I am Filipino American, and it's not a mathematical equation. It's a simple Einstein situation where no addition or subtraction can divide the two, but empower my mind multiple times. I said empower my mind multiple times. I am Filipino American. I am Filipino American. And if you can taste the coconut juice on my lips, follow the waves of my black and brown hair, remember the touch of my sunlit skin, you'll know who I am, Filipino American.
Thank you, Rose. I feel like I'm Filipino American after that.
Oh my God.
That's why I don't MC, because I'm bad, and I felt bad jokes. Thank you, John. You're my mentor. Okay, but seriously, or not. This is an old piece, and I love these two girls, Melissa and Elizabeth de Lima. This is a piece that FANHS has done for a really long time as one of our standards, and it's originally performed for the ODU Dialogue back in 1999, and they're going to redo it for you now. It's called "Who Are We? Why Are We Here?" And it's all questions. So give it up for Elizabeth and Melissa.
This piece is called Who Are We? Why are we here? Who are we? All Filipinos are in the Navy, right? That's true, isn't it? Why are all my aunties nurses? What's the deal with the P and the F? Shut up! Beer for Culture Day? Why do we have to send all those boxes back to PI? Why aren't you an officer? Why can't my teacher pronounce my name? That's an hour in class. Why don't I care? That tattoo is so fast. Why is 1587 important? I don't know what it means. Why aren't we in the history books? Really? I got it from Wet Seal. Why is 1906 important to me? Well, let's talk about a movement. Why America? Why do we identify with others? Why do I want to be white? Why do I know more about Latinos? Why do we identify with Puerto Ricans? Why do I identify with African Americans? Why do we identify with others? Why not ourselves? Why don't we look to ourselves? Why don't we know ourselves? Who are we? I don't know. Why are we us? I don't know. We don't know. We don't know.
Short and sweet. I like to call up, this is a new piece that we did for FANHS this year at Salem High School. It's about Filipino American boys and maybe some of the issues and things in which they're kind of like dealing with that are sometimes fronts, but there's a lot of issues that are below in the surface that sometimes aren't out. And it's a kind of like a sarcastic piece. And the people who are going to perform it for you are Roberto Jamora and Menor and also Raymond Bernardino. So give them a round of applause.
I am so cool. What y'all know about me? Oh, you didn't know? I'm that cat with that tricked out Civic on the student parking lot.
Man, I'm trying to get paid. Yo, me and my boys were making beats, right? Yeah, pretty off the hook. You know what? During class reunions, I promise to give y'all free CDs. I mean, that is if I'm not on tour.
The one with the 20-inch rims and that banging stereo, I just put in 2 TVs in the back seat. I'm about to hook it up even more. You know, get the rocket panels, silver strip on the side, put my name on it. Nah, maybe not my name. Maybe something like Too Cool For You.
Yeah, so I got this new cell phone, right? Plays MP3s, video games, even got a global tracking device. But the best part about it is, I can text message. Anyways, I got like 12 absences already. It's just that me and my boys were up all night laying down these tracks. Don't matter though.
But never mind. Y'all probably don't see me rolling up to school in the morning. I'm always late for first block. See, I take the long way to school, drop my girl off. She goes to Salem Middle.
So I was making a test up after school one day. My friend text messaged me the answers. Yeah, buddy, I got it like that. But anyways, I got these new diesel jeans. Oh wait, I forgot. Y'all don't know nothing about diesels. You gotta be paid to get these. That's right, I got the new 1977 gutter soap washed with the cigarette hole in the thigh. Anyways, my sister goes to Bayside, right? Well, she has a friend that transferred to Kempsville. Well, she knows a guy that 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 knows Pharrell from the Net Tune. Just gotta get those connections rolling. Get it a demo out? It's on.
So, she's a little young. Who cares? Oh, and y'all should see my girl. Ow, she's fine. She reminds me of one of those import magazine. She's nice and all, but she sweats me too much. Always telling me to call her, tell her what she means to me, like I've got communication issues.
Yeah, y'all gotta see my ride. It's a Land Cruiser. I could have got the Escalade, but you know, I'm just saving up till graduation. Oh yeah, and I know y'all dig the throwback. I don't know what the number means. I don't know what team he's from. I can't even pronounce the dude's name. Does that matter?
It's not that I'm dumb or anything. I mean, I know I can make honor if I wanted to. My teachers say I'm not applying myself. I mean, why do you need to know about math? Or why Hamlet's so messed up? The SOLs, does it even matter? Just watch MTV, man.
Yeah, she's always calm. What's up with girls anyway? I started dating 8th graders because high school chicks were just too demanding. All they say I care about is my car, video games, and computers. I guess they're learning earlier and earlier. I'll keep her around till after ring dance. I hope her mom lets her go. But after that, she's gone. I can't be hemmed up.
Like I said, I don't know what this number means. I can't even pronounce the dude's name. All I know is that this joker cost me $300. Yo, check this out. This jersey's so hot. It keeps me warm through January.
Man, I can't wait to get out of here, yo. My friends, we're moving to New York. Yeah, that's right. But I got this project. It's all about cutting and pasting on the computer. I can do like, what, 20 minutes? Just can't miss any more days until June. And then it's peace out. See ya, high school. Dude, is that you? Text message. Nope, it's me. Hello? No, don't even worry about it. Alright, instead of doing this beat, you could like flip it and do it like exactly, totally different. Make it original, something like this. A-E-I-O-U. That was you. Yeah, that's right. Hello?
Hey, Mom! You made synagogue? Is there any rice left? No rice? What am I gonna eat then? Can't Julie make it? She's at gymnastics. Oh, Mom, we're gonna starve. No, Mom. I haven't talked to Dad yet. Oh, I got the keys right here. But Mom, why can't you talk the other car? I don't want to take the minivan. I already told my friends I was going to Windhaven Mall.
Yo, what up, dog? Oh, hey, you. I didn't call you dog. No. So what's up, baby? So you want to watch a movie tonight? Yeah, they're showing Bridges of Madison County at the same time. You mind paying for it, though? I just got that new girlfriend, Chick-fil-A. Thanks so much. You know. Thanks, babe. You're the best. Hey, our anniversary is coming up soon. I got coupons for CC's Pizza. What's your favorite? Hey, so I'll call you before I go to bed, all right? No, I said it last time. Come on, you say it. All right, baby. I love you.
Oh, God.
Just don't run to the jersey. That's mine. $300. Kidding. It's not mine. The next person that I want to bring up, actually, he's going to stay up here, is Roberto Jamora. He's a rising junior at Salem High School, and he's somebody who provides me with a lot of inspiration, even though he doesn't really know it. So, Roberto, come on up.
wrote this piece about a month ago. I've never performed it ever, and I was talking to my friend about girls one day. This poem is called Summer. So I saw this Panay who swore she didn't want to get any darker this summer than her current pale white. She even had contacts of blue eyes. This entity of mentality colonized. These colonial lies. Look past what's televised because the revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be televised, said Gil Scott-Heron, because what's televised is sugar-coated pop culture colonizing our minds of an image we unconsciously project in our lives. Don't get me wrong, I understand assimilation is a natural occurrence, but why must we assimilate ourselves when influenced by an image of inferiority? Why must this minority strive to be like the majority? Is it because of this green, white picket fence dream? Or just because you didn't know any better? I just wrote this crap to let you know what I was really trying to say. And what I was really trying to say is that I want to go tanning this summer.
The next person that I would bring up, actually, was part of the other piece with the boys. Ray Bernardino is really talented. He's somebody who is not only who does spoken word, he does drama, and also he's one of the best b-boys in the area, I think. So, Ray Bernardino is coming up.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Ray.
Alright, I'm going to talk to you guys about childhood. This is my first poem. It's about how intense it was. This poem is called Duck, Duck, Goose. Duck. 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 The end. Alright. My next poem, just like, I don't know, I don't really want to talk about this. It's about my goldfish. It died like a week ago. Oh, it's kind of sad about it. I don't know, I just read about it and I heard like an interesting fact about them. This poem is called Memory Span. I have a 2-second 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 memory span. The end. Let's make this more romantic. My next poem is about a girl. And like, I didn't know how to write it, but somehow I just stumbled into some creative writing. Alright. This poem is called Daydream. The end. Alright, my next poem needs no introduction, and it has no title. I'm gonna start it now. Shh. Do you hear that? It's the sound of you shutting up.
Thank you, Ray. I think. Thank I have a 2-second memory span too. And the next person that's going, I have a 2-second memory span. Alex Cena graduated from Salem High School in 2001, and he was recently the past president of FACT, Filipino Americans coming together in BCU, and now he's getting ready to go to the Philippines for about 2 months to do some work there and also to study. So he's going to be leaving right after this conference to go to the Philippines. So Alex is going to be a busy man and frequent flyer miler. So give it up to Alex, please.
I don't know how you expect me to go after that. That was the best stuff already. Oh man. Alright, well this piece I wrote my first year at college. It is. Hello? Okay, there you go. Yeah. It's called Brown Eye. Basically, when you go away and you have such a supportive group of people trying to do stuff for the community, and then you go and then it's different when people come from different areas and different mind states and trying to bring everybody on the same page. Makes you realize the people you got back home. So this is my tribute to them and everybody here. Anong my brother, it's been a long time since we last shared words. Last we spoke was pronounced in verbs. Do, fight, strike, like, dislike, and talk about a revolution or solutions to this invisible community. But it wasn't until recently that I learned that we need evolution before solutions, before revolution. That is the reality because we've been disillusioned by the fights that we've never fought. My brothers, we have not been properly taught because all that goes around my brother is talk, talk, talk. But I'm no better because I too forgot. My tatai, my nanay, my lolo, my mom, my dad. I have forgotten you. Yes, that little brown boy with rice stains on his shirt. I have taken advantage of your brown skin and I hid it deep within, and now I'm at a loss and at a disadvantage. Because I rock the flag of our people in fashion, but hide it under my shirt. And I turn around and put on my Nike sneakers while next to the unswept plastic runners lay tattered chanellas. And I know not who will line up to the gallows to find you all waiting with open arms. Was it because of colonization or modernization? My compadres, have we sold out? My compadres, have we sold out? My compadres, have we sold out? Because I had to fit in. Black over brown, white over brown, you over brown, me over brown, fashion over brown, music over brown, right over brown, wrong over brown, you over brown, me over brown. Because if I was brown, never felt like I was down. Because if I was brown, never felt like I was down. Because if I was brown, I never felt like I was down. Because if I was brown, never felt like I was down. But under it all, I still went down, and tears I never knew fell. And I long for the days so far away from Alex Centenario to Erica's Hail Mary. Those days so long ago. So my brothers, do you hear? My brothers from the past, do you understand? Because I don't want to have to go through this brownout again. Thank you.
Alex Cena. The next performer we're going to have up here is truly one of the most creative students that I've been in contact with in a very long time. Kristine Tendilla has such a really unique way of going about things, and she's very creative, and she is articulate, and she is smarter than me. But Kristine Tendilla, come on up, please.
Okay. Whatever Obispo just said was a lie, but anyway, it's just really good. Basically, a piece I'm going to do right now is something I wrote a while ago, and I've done it a couple of places, and it's basically, just put it in short words, it's an anti-love poem because I go to these open mics and you hear these people like praise their girlfriend and boyfriend, and I'm just thinking, what have they really done for you, you know, except held your hand and called you last night, and, you know, anyways, well, whatever. Again, yeah, just listen up. You have elongated toes, but know what your mama knows. However, I was never interested in physical symmetry. Somewhere along the way, I didn't choose you, but you chose me. Eventually, I couldn't see it was me who chose you, and not you, but me. You say you love me. Love me? You throw these words around so easily. Dropped in a spin cycle with colors and whites. Bleeding your darks into my lights. Set in the dry, and when they're out, they have shrunk. Just like the meaning of your words. I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you. Sure, I love you too. Serene tales fail, mediocre melodies dry me out. I see purple giraffes and you see red cardinals. But when we are done, we and God run. Because when I listen very close, I hear nothing from what comes out of your mouth. And I just want to run, 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 run! But I walk, and I tiptoe, and I'm still here. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. The next person that I'm going to bring up is he's a comedian. He is somebody who was with Salem High School, but also the program with FANHS since the very beginning, from day one. And when Peter Bacho went to Salem High School, he was wrestling as Peter was speaking. But it wasn't him, it was somebody else. Sorry. It wasn't him. It was him. Anyway. I want you to give a warm welcome to Jonathan Elicerio.
It's okay, we still love you.
Hello. That wasn't funny, was it? Okay, so first piece, a lot of you guys heard it before. Obispo told me to do it. So it's like, it's just gonna be from the heart, man. I didn't go over it, so hopefully I remember. So here it goes. Sometimes to merely sustain gives me brain pains like migraines. But like brown hearts to indigenous drums, I continue to march to this rhythm of life. For it seems that life is but a line dance being taught to me by my parents, and I still have much to learn. Because I keep moving right when I'm supposed to be moving left, and then when I do move left, I'm supposed to be doing the grapevine, I am lost. For it seems that they're teaching me this to me in Tagalog, and that's where we fail the dialogue, because sometimes to merely sustain gives me brain pains like migraines, but like brown hearts to indigenous drums, I continue to march to this rhythm of life. For it seems that life is but a line dance being taught to me by my parents, and I still have much to learn. Because I keep moving right when I'm supposed to be moving left, and then when I do move left, I'm supposed to be doing the grapevine, I am lost. For they keep teaching me instructions in Tagalog, and that's where we fail the dialogue. Don't you have the English instructions? And then that's when I find myself trapped in this dance hall. Yes, y'all, I'm in the middle of this dance hall trying to recall the steps of the Swill World Toto Toto. And that's when I find that to my right there's breakdancing, and to my left there's tinkling, but I'm not quite sure where I fit in. And then all of a sudden the chair flies and the battle ensues, and the breakers are popping and breaking and battling my aunties and uncles. And my aunties and uncles answer back with an electric slide part 2. Then that's when the breakers do this head spin into this tongue split to a double eagle combination. And that's when the parents, they all gather around, and they're led by my parents, and they start waving at me, they're beckoning me to ask me to join them. They want me to join them, but I can't join them. I refuse to join them because I can't line dance. For my spirit is too free to be defined by specific steps, or shall I say specific steps? Because yes, I was born in the Philippines, but I'm not quite a Filipino. And yes, I'm an American, but I'm not always an American. I'm a Filipino American, and sometimes I'm not even that. I am a pendulum, swinging back and forth towards the two opposing cultures in which I was raised, forced to keep rhythm between the Bayan Magilo and the Star-Spangled Banner swing. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed? Swing. Bayan Magiliw, brothers ng silanganan, alab ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. So don't ask me to choose a rhythm, because I don't want to choose a rhythm. For this rhythm which I share with so many others is as sweet to me as either of the two. For I am Filipino, and I am an American, and I love who I am, shouldn't you? That was terrible. All right, this next piece I wrote today. And you know what? You know what's even crazier? I didn't practice it. So we're gonna add some more danger to it. You wanna know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna ask Timoteo Cordova if he could give me a beat, something slow but funky. Something slow but funky, and I know you're capable of it, man. Just give me something, man. I'll tell you, yep. It's hot, I can do that. All right, basically this next piece, I just feel that if I have to perform something where my mind state is at a certain time, and this is where I'm at, because I'm trying to graduate college. It took me 6 years, and I need one more. So that means 7, all right? And you know what? A lot of people graduate in 7 years. They're called doctors. Got that from Tommy Boy? It's all right. I call this one collegiate evolution. I was gonna major in accounting so that I could get my BA to BA, CPA someday. Now in accounting, they teach you about debits and credits. That your debits should always equal your credits. But to me, debits plus credits equals headaches. So I bounced. Then I was going to major in communications. But communications focused on Western civilizations and nothing Asian. So I bounced out of there too. So now I'm doing marketing and finance, which is cool. Because marketing are people that are just a bunch of hustlers targeting potential customers, and I'm all about that. And finance deals with ratios, and there's nothing racial about ratios. The only color that matters is green, and I love everything green, if you know what I mean. Okay, so it took me 6 years to find out what to do, and it's gonna take me another year to finish up school. Maybe I should have listened to Bacho. Bacho said that if your mama spends her last to send you to class, never you ever play. It all made sense on a Monday over a menudo plate. Mom said she used the money from her trip to the PI for a party for me when I graduate. Then she showed me pictures of mansions, houses she wanted to build in the Philippines as a reward for her pension. Not to mention, my father is a sheriff's deputy, all day in courts and jails dealing with the scum of society. He's fighting 300-pound killers while I'm trying to find sobriety, while I battle the demons inside of me, while I try to get my degree. But I promise you my degree will not define me. Because all I want to do is give, but finishing college is my means to live. Basically what I want to say is that I have to take a lesser role in community, because a lot of people can't see that the community also includes me. I have to help myself first because I was born with this curse. A wise man once said, I stand on the shoulders of those before me, and those ghosts are talking, saying you owe me. I have to succeed for the youth, because how can I say, do well in school when I skipped yesterday? How preposterous is that? It was hypocrisy that killed the cat. I'm doing this for the monos that took all day to paint a doorway because they said it was easy money. I'm doing this for my brother in memory of his fight. Every day I wonder what he would have done if he still had life. I'm doing this for this angel on my shoulder named Angela. She just turned 1. I never saw her, but I'm sure she's as beautiful as the sun. And I'm doing this for number 1, because this is my fight. This is my chance. This is my dollar a day, dime a dance. This is my final stand. This is the path for me to take to become a man. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. I'm going to introduce this last person, then I'm going to turn it over to Allan, who's going to introduce the last 2 presenters today. Melissa DeLima was FACS president in 2001, and she's on at UVA. She's doing a lot of activities, and she does a lot of work with the community, and also she does a lot of work with collegiate organizations. And she's somebody in which if you're around her for any amount of time, you just feel a lot of energy. And she's, in the past, she's always kind of brought me up when I wasn't really feeling too good. So this is Melissa DeLima. Come on up.
Third time, okay. Hello! I'd like to thank Mr. Obispo for that nice introduction and say thank you in advance for Mr. Timoteo Cordova and Mr. Allan Cena for doing the accompaniment. I wrote this trying to study for my calculus quiz. I was inspired. I was trying to compare why this quiz was so important to the other things that I'd rather be doing. As Mr. Obispo said, I've done a lot of things with FANHS and FANHS during high school, a little bit in college, so this is kind of a release of what I've learned and what I've taken with it. So, here it goes. I've learned a history that's been around but never told. I've gone through doors I thought would always be locked. I've seen halls I never even knew existed. The pieces of this puzzle in my identity are slowly coming forth, coming together. As I make my destiny, I chose not to follow because I want to be part of an agency shaping my future. I come from a place where it was not okay to be loud and ask questions, but I still ask. No, I question the old ways, subservience and silence. I will listen to my heart, to truth, to justice. I'm the product of decades and centuries of struggle. Struggle for rights, struggle for a voice, struggle for representation, struggle for independence. I'm from a tribe I don't know, a language that's mixed, a fragmented lands and people. I'm from a home of constant worrying, restrictions, love, from my mother's tears of frustration, raising a daughter not knowing what to do with her outspoken and rude ways, because that's not how it was back then. They brought me here to this place, this land of the free. I'm living the dream of others before me. Pinay, Babae, Filipina, from the courage of Gabriela Silang, and the knowledge and power of Babaylan, all the strength of my mother's struggle. I hear, I believe, I'm free to get my education, to live, to be, to see, to speak up and take a chance. Why? Because I have that opportunity. Why? Because I have to ask. I need to question where my past resides, because the past I was taught was all lies, and there's more to this page, more than a history book. There's more to the look in your eyes. It made it my mission to help you realize and open your mind to another state. I can't let you perpetuate these myths about model minority. This, we're better than he or she. This, they're better than me. Because I need you, I want you to understand that there is more to being brown than looking down and looking back. I want to know more than just a dance. Please give me more than a chance to learn about my history and identity. Give me your song, your stories, your tales of where you've been, so we can begin to look forward and assist. It is time to resist the comforts of complacency. It's time to rearrange, bring about a change that has been years in the making. As Carlos Bulosan wrote, if you want to know who we are, look around. There were no Filipinos allowed. There was a war that tore the hearts and souls of our people. Monos of the migrant field worker days, aging men, homeless from the destruction of the I Hotel, Second World War veterans passing by without benefits, Filipino Cruz and Larry Leon, originators and leaders of the Filipino farm workers movement. The generations of Filipino Americans, the youth who dare to take a stand, inspired by anti-war and civil rights. Their struggles, struggle. Riots in Watsonville, punishment for being human because his skin didn't match hers. Looking back at my history, these stories shaped my identity. It is there, making me care about where my people will end up. Where all people will end up if we don't educate. I question because I need answers.
Peter is a role model. He's one of my heroes. He has redefined Filipino American literature. I'm just glad that you're here. I want him to say a couple words as far as. Okay. Another thing, he has books. He brought books. So if you want to support Peter, if you believe in Filipino American literature, buy his book. He'll sign it. You'll sign it for free, right? Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, welcome Peter Bacho.
I'm sitting down because I'm old. See, Allan and I are about the same age, so we're all in our 50s and shit. And we need to sit down and move slow whenever we get a chance. I'll do this. We grew up in a community that was really a pretty remarkable sort of thing because guys in the 20s and 30s, they faced racism that you cannot possibly imagine. And the attitude that they had was to always fight that. And Joan can attest to that, and Ben and Allan too. And they did that through the labor movement. And you'll see that in Carlos Bulosan's Americans in the Heart. And I knew Jose, a great protagonist. I knew personally, he's a good friend of mine. And I knew a lot of the guys there. So, I mean, in terms of identity, which appears to be, the issue for the youngsters here, for us, or for me at least, it really wasn't much of an issue because we knew who we were. It really wasn't a problem. Domingo, same thing. Strong community, strong people who are willing to think independently, to defy the odds, and tell them that those rules. I mean, that's the setting, And I see that in the first two generations. Is that not true? I see that in the first two generations. Beyond 68, I don't know. I don't pay much attention. So my focus, correct, is to pay an homage to the memories of those first two generations. It's a different sort of setting. Folks on the East Coast, they have their own sort of setting. The group that I grew up, my compadres and such, were mixed, Filipino Indian, Filipino Black, we're all Filipino. And they were rambunctious, crazy, That's the thing. We weren't pet Filipinos. Man doesn't say, oh, you got to be this. No. This is the way we are. And that was the attitude. So it was a remarkable time. And what we had, from the time I was born in 1950, to the time it all ended in the late 80s, when the old timers passed away, because we had a sense of that. It was remarkable. And I thought my dad and my uncles would live forever. And of course, that ain't true. Ain't true. And so, in my little old collection of short stories, Dark Blue Suit, it's kind of an artistic homage to a community that no longer exists. There are millions of Filipinos in this country now, but I don't know if there are communities. It's a different sort of thing. It's a different sort of setting. Having a lot of Filipinos and having a powerful sense of community are entirely different. Is that not true? You saw it in Stockton. You saw it in Seattle. And you saw it in parts of San Francisco. And I don't know. I mean, you guys are like 30 years younger than I am. It's up to you to create your own. It's not up to me. I'm a parachute dude. I'm not parachuting in, I parachute out. Or at least they yank me out of a parachute out. I'm a parachute Filipino. They have a couple. Yeah, it's visitor. But I can't tell you what's going on in Virginia Beach, but I can tell you about what these guys did. And Domingo, you can tell me what farm workers and stuff like that, sugarcane dudes in Hawaii. Yeah, they public stuff. And they protected us, the younger generation. And they stood up to circumstances that you could not possibly imagine. Post. So, you know, when you craft a short story, short stories are different than novels because you got 12, 15 pages to deal with, and every word counts. And so with a short story, it's like this little jewel that takes a month, 2 months, 3 months. When my father passed in 93 or so, it took me 3 days. It was like I was obsessed. This is the story I'm going to read. I'll never see it again. It's been 60 years since Dad and his peers arrived. Now they're going one by one. First, the passengers were distant acquaintances, relatives, and friends, other old-timers known only by rumor, but now it's the last rush to the gate. At the start, I couldn't see the end, but now I can. I'm more than relieved. Uncle Keepoy was the first. My father had come to this land, told him nothing more than a sack full of hope, soon gone and buried by the dust of migrant jobs. That was his life, and depending on the season, he was planting or cutting asparagus or canning salmon, a half-century cycle, broken only by time spent shooting at Japanese soldiers in the Pacific. When he first came to Siena, he stayed in Chinatown, a place for the poor and colored. In a one-room hot plate walk-up. Between jobs, he'd always return to that room. I met him there 40 years ago. Your uncle, my father said, he'll watch you. A few years back, when he passed, I swore in a prayer I'd never forget him. It's a promise I've kept in the time since whenever I've come home to Siena. I've stopped by his grave and said a prayer. I haven't. He had a flower pouring on his headstone. Just said hi under the smoke. Rituals go, it's hard to elaborate, nothing profound or elegant. But then Uncle Pico and I didn't talk much in life. His English was bad. My Cebuano was worse. Still as a kid, I just liked hanging around with him. I felt safe there in his Chinatown orbit as we strolled by bars and parklands, and that feeling stayed with me through the years. Boy and man, I just liked hanging around him. His death hasn't changed. The promise I made to Akiko, I also made to my father, who just this year was buried not 20 yards from his country. Kikoy, unlike Kikoy, Dad's English was passable, which allowed him to jump me every time I screamed my math assignment in later marriages and careers. Your name, he'd hiss and shake his head. It's who you are, who we are. I'm never ashamed. Of course I ignored him as I gathered shame like a bucket. Of course he was right. Even as I marched through bogs of weakness and poor judgment, journeys of the young. Of course he was right. He'd earned his name the hard way as a teenage immigrant with nothing to start. With a church full of enormous diminish. Their hymns of sorrow, passion, and pure formed a shroud around my father and lifted him away. I didn't see it, but I felt it. I swear it happened just that way. Were the same songs we sung for me? I wonder, true enough, I carry his name, but only by accident. I am now on familiar ground on the northeast corner of the cemetery. I recognize the names of the Filipinos in here as well. There's Manong Fabian, 20 years our neighbor, twice that our friend. It's like our old neighborhood reassembled plot by plot. All that's missing are the sounds, the laughter, and the mix of dialects and accents inviting me into dinner just to visit. Friends in life, we've chosen to be together. Under the awning of a small brick mausoleum, I light up and sit waiting for the rain. Now wind swift and horizontal to pass. It's too strong even for a northwest wind. I could be 10 minutes or 2 hours. It doesn't matter. Dad and keep quiet nearby. I can feel them. Dad's presence here has made it official. Quorum has convened for a gathering of family whose full list of members has not yet arrived. Typical of such gatherings, some are stragglers, excused by comparative youth, Mom at 70, or sheer stubbornness, Uncle Vic at 91. But eventually they'll be here, all of them, who decades ago faced the hostile man and didn't. It's another reason to come back to Seattle, but I can't, at least not yet. There's no work here. Maybe in a few years. For now, I'll just have to visit when I can, especially as the roster fills, until my time to join. The wind has subsided, allowing the rain to resume its vertical fall. It's a good sign I start to stir. At my feet lie 2 cigarette butts, normally an hour's worth of smokes. I glance at my watch for confirmation. Off by 70 minutes has passed. It means I'm cutting back, delaying my admission to the gathering. In a way, it comforts me to know that at the end, I'll be here and nowhere else. Still, I smile at the brief postponement. The Surgeon General will be pleased. I scan the lot and pinpoint a spot. I'll put the voice there. I'll visit it first, as I always do. A pattern dictated by order of arrival. The gravesite, I hastily cross myself and wonder if I did it right. Is it right to left or to reverse? It's been so long. Just to be safe, I do want to reach the moment of greeting, tell him I miss him, and all goes well. This morning I have a pot of poinsettias that I placed on the headstone, a small bare marble plaque. For a year or so after he passed, his girlfriend used to leave flowers, but not in the petals since. I can't blame her. She's young, younger than I am, but her life goes on. Her time with him was brief. Mine was from childhood to middle age. I was soon to pass. Dad's next, and for him I bring no flowers. Unlike my uncle, who died an anonymous death, my father was a man of his community, as mourned and remembered. Flowers for me would be redundant. I slowly approached his gravesite, just as in line. I'm not sure what to say. I'm still searching for a prayer. I didn't talk much to keep up either, but that was never a problem. He barely spoke English. He was an uncle. I had lower expectations. But with Dad, I had the impression that by age 10, the fathers and sons were supposed to talk, to hold long, heart-to-heart marathons like Ward and Beaver. It just wasn't his way to talk much to me, other than to warn or scold. What secrets did he fears me? What dreams had he dreamed in different language I never knew what he told. Still, I didn't mind because he could have left us, my mother and me, my brother and sister. It would have been easy. From rumors and from examined shards of family history, I know that he'd already left one woman and her kids, his too. But the complaints they have are theirs, not mine. For the survivors, my shadow brothers and sisters, let them come here to howl or to curse or to piss on his grave. I won't, because even at our poorest, when we drove country roads looking for work, he stayed because he loved us. And childhood poverty strengthens memory. And my strongest images of Dad covered with dust and later with grease and scabs, blistered and scalded, signs of accidents, burns from his welding stores. Blood money. Often I wouldn't see him for days, overtime. Maybe a glimpse in the morning or late at night. He did this, I knew, so his kids could avoid the life of blood money. Over the years, I grew closer to him in an odd, indirect way, through intermediaries like my mother. He told me he had stopped smoking the year I was born. Somehow, because of me, he took coke from the addiction. Sale of menthols was his last brand. Later, she said, he carried clippings in the box scores, whatever sport I played. He'd go to Chinatown and show them to his friends. My boy, he said. Sometimes he showed them to strangers. Still another source claimed Dad cried at my wedding. The first. For Eve. I cried at his family. I am now at his gravesite, and not even the rain. Again, horse. Since the funeral, I've been here 2 other times, assisted therapy. During both of those visits, I searched for words, eloquent, affectionate, beautiful, that my father had never heard from me. Those words weren't there, at least I couldn't find them. Insist. Dreams, a different language, I tried it, some stuff. It isn't necessary. Our bond was words, related elements, won't change. Chat it's the same. I smiled. I found my way. Got in last night, I say softly. Tired as hell. Not loud. Not care. I always feel well. Thank you.
After I bring up Tim, there'll be some questions and answers that you can come up and address to Peter and also to Timoteo. That's well written. I mean, out of all the short stories, that it's true. In Seattle, where Peter's father's buried, my father's buried right next to him. So every time we go back, when I go back to Seattle, I stand there and just, very emotional. I'm glad you chose that piece too, Peter, because that meant a lot to me too. This next performer, you got to be here Saturday. Get the word out, because Heart of the Sun, I mean, it's going to redefine. What would you call it, folk dancing, Tim?
Oh, please.
Well, I'm not going to say anything more, but Tim Cordova has been a childhood friend, dear friend.
So moms without the knowledge, repeating things they learned in college, no clue to their heritage of misery. The history remains a mystery. Ignorant of the brown pioneers who made it possible for them to be here. The young sisters talk revolution in that new school of cool rap. Blatant imitation don't deserve no dap. Yeah, the young sisters talk big shit, but the revolution ain't about rhetoric. The young brothers talk revolution without undergoing an evolution of the spirit of the core or the essence of a more, acting like they're getting paid but getting nowhere, getting played. They talk as if freedom were a thing granted them by white gods and kings, lost in the mire of gender, age, and class. Shallow, transparent figures of glass. The young brothers talk revolution in that slick Rick way that sounds all good, perpetrating like they's from the hood. Yeah, the young brothers talk all hard, but the revolution can't be bought with credit cards. You're talking to Pete. In Seattle, we knew who we were. I always had a problem. Am I too Filipino? It was never like any doubt. Brothers, Allan, y'all see what Allan's about. And if you can imagine growing up with people just like me and Allan, all of us talk the same. It's so weird to me when I go to the East Coast or down to Cali or whatever, and brothers talk, "Hi, how you doing?" And I'm saying, man, damn, they don't sound like no brothers that I know or grew up with. And so, I get very aggressive that way. But this poem I wrote when I was 18, and I think this is my standard. It's called The Pledge of Alliance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, but does the flag of the United States of America pledge allegiance to me? There's a republic for which it stands, but does that republic stand for me? I am Filipino as well as American in this land under God, indivisible but very segregated, with liberty if you have the money, and justice if you can afford a lawyer for all. But does that include you? Does that include me? Yeah, I pledge allegiance to that old flag as long as it pledges the same to me. And as long as the republic stands, so shall I stand, because I am Filipino American. Under God, this nation shall become indivisible and united within, with liberty to be and justice to become, one for all and all for one. Thank you.
Community work has a lot to do with a conference that's in a classroom, but we try to do something different in which the conversation of struggle and also history and also the future was not limited by four walls. And it happened in Busch Gardens on a roller coaster, it happened in the lobby of a dorm, and it happened on the bus ride home. It happened everywhere. So this is really, really just a unique opportunity. I'm going to introduce your MCs for this evening. Jonathan, Elicerio, and Coleen Santa Ana. Oh, Coleen De La Cruz. I'm sorry, she just got married. I first met these two in 1995 when we started FANHS, and they've been with us ever since. And right now I consider them really, really good friends, and they really help out a lot. So they're going to carry you through the rest of the evening. So give a round of applause to Coleen and Jonathan. What's up? How's everybody doing? Oh, this is just as bad.
I thought you were being cool, stealing the mic.
Actually, you sound a lot better over there. I don't know, man. This is kind of crazy. So me and Coleen were supposed to be MCing, but we never got together. You know what I'm saying before this? We have no idea what we're saying. They just tell us, do this, do that, do that. Then we try to fill it in.
No, actually, I don't think I'm emceeing. I only stand up here, so it'll give John the material for his comedy act.
So, I mean, I've known Coleen for a while. We went to high school together.
Jonathan did.
For most of high school, but then I got expelled for a little bit. Remember that, Coleen?
Don't do it.
I got expelled from school, man.
Jonathan, why?
Because I brought these guns to school. These right here. Get up, stupid. Because you laugh at anything I say, honestly, man. Yeah.
Jonathan's comedy shows are really worth $10, huh, Jonathan?
Actually, I would say it's around $12.50, but I charge $10. And Coleen just got married, so let's give it up for Coleen De La Cruz. She wanted to marry me in 9th grade, but it's kind of hard with a restraining order. Yeah. And Coleen's kind of manly, so when I went to the wedding, I was thinking, man, this is the best gay wedding I've ever been to. I love you, Coleen. I'm just playing. So, okay, so we're supposed to sum up what the conference has been about. And it's been pretty cool. I mean, I couldn't go to everything, but from what it sounds of it, sounds like you guys had a lot of fun. There was a lot of bonding. When I see Mom and Ben tear up, that's crazy, man. Because this man, you don't understand what I heard from this man. They live in Great America, okay? Great America is like King's Dominion.
Yesterday, Mom.
All right? King's Dominion. So I'm like, it's my first week at work. Coleen was there in San Jose for a month. And I'm just like, all right, the first week I get to go to an amusement park. All I got to do is watch these kids, ride a couple of rides. That sounds cool.
He wore his best hoochiest outfit.
Exactly, you know what I'm saying? Because I was a little slimmer back then, had my diesel shirt on, right? So all of a sudden I'm walking, and I'm just like, yeah, I'm gonna go. And Coleen and our friend Cheryl was in front, and they're getting ready to walk out the door. Then all of a sudden, one of them's like, Jonathan, I need you to stay here because we got some things to do. And then Coleen was like, oh, so you're staying? Okay, bye. They came back, I was doing work all day, scrubbing dishes, you know, doing whatever. And Colleen's got this little light tan. I know it's hard for a Korean girl to tan. She had a light tan.
I knew I was up here for a reason.
Exactly. You're the butt of my jokes, and I love you for it. That's why we're a tandem, right?
What?
That's why we're a tandem. That's why we dressed alike tonight.
Jonathan called me and was like, oh, what are you wearing? We wear black pants, and we have to wear the same shirt.
No, I didn't. I didn't say that.
You said, man.
I went to her house. She was in her grandma drawers. Grandma drawers. And like, you know how we send shirts to the Philippines? You know what I'm saying? It looks like the Philippines sent a shirt to her. And then Coleen saw what I had. She's like, hey, I have something like that. And then she came down and she was wearing that. Trying to match.
My shirt's cooler than yours.
Okay.
Whatever.
All right, so we're summing stuff up. I don't know, man. You guys are awesome. Stuff like this, like one of Ben said, it rejuvenates, like, why we give, you know what I'm saying? Because a lot of dynamic people are here, and they just inspire me. Auntie Joni. You're so cool. She's so sweet, man. I swear. I see her up on the stage, I'm like, man, she's like a Pokemon. I'm gonna put her in like my pocket and just like summon her whenever I want. That's a genie! This should just pop up when we get our conversations. And Tim, man, Tim is cool. He guy plays drums, writes plays. I just sit there and I'm stupid, man. I don't say nothing. Because I'm just in awe of the man, you know? Modern band, he just comes from like this, I don't know, this like guru thing where you just sit there and you just learn. You know what I'm saying? It may not seem like he's always teaching you, but you'll learn something. And it takes a while, but you'll learn it eventually. And then, I swear.
That's just you.
That's why. Because Coleen has nothing to learn. She's the smartest girl in the world.
Whatever, dude.
And then Dr. Bergano, Dr. Bergano, if you guys haven't noticed, man, he's been like a little kid when his friends come into town. You know that? Like, attitude is completely different. Right? It's crazy, because he's all like wide-eyed all of a sudden, because usually when he talks to you, Doc's telling you like this. And then Doc talks slower, but now he's like talking all fast. Doc is usually like, see, Jonathan, you cats. Don't understand the movement. Hey, Doc. Man, I love Doc, man. For real. And his big foot. You see that? He's got it all propped up on display. I paid $5 to see him. Just $5. Man, I'm getting nervous, Coleen. I'm sweating. I got Paris. You guys know what Paris is, right? Paris is a place in France. Alright, dude. I'm just rambling, man. This is fun, though. So, we actually have some acts. Besides us. We're just staying here and just talking. Coleen's looking pretty.
Who wants to MC next, please?
That's what? See, Coleen, she's not supposed to talk. She's just supposed to be up here and look pretty. But she refuses to wear the bikini. Okay. That was stupid. I'll just shut up. All right, Coleen, so who's first up, man?
Okay, great. So we're going to start the show with a Muslim dance mix. It's going to be performed by Miss Teen... No, wait, it's not Teen. Miss Philippines, Virginia, 2003. Huh? Miss Sexy? Is that what you said?
Miss 16. That makes a big difference, right? Miss Sexy and Miss 16. Especially if you're older, man, because... I didn't say it, the Doc said it, man. And he said it serious because he said it like this.
Okay, thank you. Next is Ms. Jennifer Reyes, and she's going to be doing the Muslim dance mix, and she'll be dancing on and between bamboo poles while having pots on her head. So let's give it up for Jennifer Reyes.
That's hard, man, for real. I mean, like, balancing all that stuff, you have to give her props, man, for real. Because that's how Doc got that bad angle. The biggest problem was trying to find two guys strong enough to lift them up. I'm serious, man. So we found Coleen. Show me guns, Coleen.
My shirt won't go up, sorry.
Shirt won't go up. Short sleeve shirt. My shirt won't go up. I'm just kidding. Now I gotta give you a hold up. You'll be back later. Go ahead, Coleen.
Okay, great. Edwina wanted me to remind everybody that we are still working on an honor system tonight. I think it's, how much?
15.
How much?
It's 15.
15, please. If you are not part of the conference already, please pay Joni, sitting right there, Pokemon.
Did you say Pokemon? It's Pokemon. Oh, I'm sorry.
Anyway, so we're working on honor system, so please bless us with more than $15 if you have that. Tonight is the last get-together of the conference. Also next, we have Ms. Tracy Areza. How do you spell the R? Go ahead, Jonathan.
I don't know, you have the piece of paper.
She's 18 years old. She's Miss Virginia Junior Teen 2000 and also Miss Philippines Virginia 2002 until Jennifer took over. So she's going to be performing a modern bamboo dance which has Chris, Rameses, I hope I said your name right. Did I say it wrong? Rameses. I knew it. I messed up. JR and AKA Dancing Queen. So give it up for Tracy Emerson. I'm sorry, I didn't get you.
She just repeats.
It's not mine. It's the turning mic. It's stripped. Yeah, it's stripped. Super stripped. Big ups. Big ups. Big ups.
Estrellita
you know the splits on the sticks. I've never done the splits before in my life, man. Except for one time, by accident. I swear to God, remember that song, Ice Ice Baby? You guys are looking at me? Oh my God, there's nobody here my age is there. There's like other people, and there's y'all. You guys don't remember Ice Ice Baby? Colleen's the only one. Gil remembers. Oh, so is this homeboy. So I tried to jump up, right? He's trying to copy the dance. And I jumped up and landed on my bed in the splits. Worst experience of my life. Let's just say after the surgery, everything was okay. Thanks. Basically, we're trying to sell time. We're stalling, man. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I can't lie to you guys. I can't look at that face. That one right there, I'm lying to her, man. Oh, I can write it out one though. Come on, man. So, since Coleen has been so nice, I'm gonna give her 5 minutes to joke me. And I'm gonna say absolutely nothing. Go ahead, Coleen.
No, thanks, Jonathan. I don't have to do that to feel better about myself. I feel good about myself. I don't have to jerk you.
That's messed up, man. How do you say something back to that? At least I didn't break the microphone stand. Somebody else, Wesley.
I think you're sabotaging just to embarrass me once again.
I screwed it before the show. Man, okay. Well, it's a conference, right?
So should we get someone else up here so I can pick on them, so I can sit down? How about Ray?
She's so ice cold right now, man. I swear Colleen's a lot more
just
than
joking.
this. She's just on stage and she's still mad. Tell some jokes, man. I don't even have any more. I used them all.
The faces of Ray.
The faces of Ray. I hope he doesn't have any faces, man. You can't even see his face. When he's stressed out, all he sees this. Okay, so, you guys... You guys have seen Obispo. Obispo, isn't that right? No. For real. Watch, as soon as we get off of John. Why did you have to bring me into this? This wouldn't have happened in the 80s. I'm just joking. Only people that know Ray would know that. Ray still lives in the 80s. We have too much time, Coleen, and you're not helping me out. You're just gonna stand there. Did he switch the mic already? The speakers? Is it good to go? I can't see the guy. Okay, so stalling turned out to be bad, and we're actually gonna have to go on. So basically what the next act is, it's Timoteo Cordova and Angelo Pizarro, okay? They're gonna perform some songs that Tim wrote for some of his plays. So hopefully, if you guys enjoy it, go home and tell your parents he's really trying to bring Heart of the Sun to the East Coast. And when he does, we should support it as much as we can. Because I listened to the man and he was talking about rehearsals and all that stuff. And we do not rehearse that hard. You know what I'm saying? He said for every $25 you spend, he's trying to give you $100 worth of show. So when they bring it over, we should support it as much as we can. So he's going to give us a little preview right now.
And if you like the music, don't be scared to dance. If you're feeling it. Bob your head.
Do something. All right.
Uncle Ben. Uncle Ben. Uncle Ben. Uncle Ben. Some dance lessons.
Some dance lessons. Mono Ben was in a rap video. All right. So without further ado, Timoteo Cordova and Angelo Pizarro.
It's a pleasure for me to introduce this. Kaboom, kaboom, kaboom. A pleasure to introduce this gentleman
who is a very good friend of mine, who I've known for most of my life. I think you're all in for a treat, and I know I've been telling everybody that, but you know, Angelo is, to me, the best musician on the face of the planet. You know, I think that it's cool because he's Filipino. And I think it's important that we have, especially the aspiring musicians that we have in our community, that you are able to witness what excellence is truly about. In Seattle, we call him El Nino, because he plays up a storm. Mono Domingo, will you attest to that, Mono? And he comes from tropical areas, so he knows all about tropical storms. Angelo's there. It was very important for me to bring Angelo over here so you guys can experience his artistry. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Angelo. We are going to be doing, the first two cuts we'll be doing are from the show Heart of the Sun. If there are any flamenco dancers, feel free to just bust out with some moves. The third song we're going to be doing is something we just put together about a few hours. You know, we wanted to do something special for Virginia Beach and do something a little bit more fun. Rena knows how it is. You know, we like to live on the edge out here, right? So, you know, we're going to do some new stuff for you. And then Angelo's going to play, we're going to play a few things that you might recognize here. So we're going to try to show you a little bit of Seattle diversity. Okay, I'm going to keep talking, I guess. We have a technical difficulty. Heart of the Sun is about the Philippine Revolution, and keys around the characters Emilio Aguinaldo and Andres Bonifacio, who to me, Andres Bonifacio represents the propaganda stage of the revolution, and Emilio Aguinaldo represents the armed struggle stage of the revolution. And it really keys about those men. We're not into things. We're not into, you know, events. What we're into is the passion of revolution. So much has been written and said about the revolution that, you know, I decided that I needed to take a very abstract approach to the show. We've done this show and toured it all along the West Coast. So I want to bring it here because I think it's very important that our people see I feel a Filipino American interpretation of that time period. And, is he almost ready? And yeah, so Heart of the Sun is a distinct form of art. What we've done is being Filipino American, there has to be a fusion. And what we did is we fused Philippine rhythms with flamenco guitar. You look at Spanish, you look at the Philippines, and how did that go? And I think the end product probably is rondalia, but what were those products that produced rondalia? Those are the two elements. So, and then the dance is combinations of modern, ballet, jazz techniques mixed up with Igorot movements and Mindanao movements. Again, another fusion of our culture. And so, we opened in Seattle September 18th. We're going to be in Portland. We're working on Virginia Beach, New Jersey. You know, hopefully we're going to get some peeps in over in Washington, D.C. And, you know, we're going to bring it. This is definitely going to be a two-year program that we're involved in. But I love it here. And I think that this is like just so great that you guys are going to get a chance to experience. Mr. Angelo Pizarro.
Thank you.
I have no idea. Oh.
Oh, it's not.
Blew it up, man.
Oh wait, I turned him down.
Put this one up.
Oh,
last night. And this man is tired. It was a hot day and stuff. I mean, can you imagine if he was, fully energized? So he's really had one thing. Please. He brought on his family too. His wife and son out here. Are they? You want to talk about friendship and brotherhood and camaraderie, okay? Angelo and his family took the time out, paid their own way to come out here. Now, for those of you who would like to contribute a little bit of money for some of this talent that you guys are seeing at a way discounted price, you see what I'm saying? So please, who's got the hat? Someone's going to have, go see Auntie Joni, $5, $10, whatever, because this guy is worth more than the price of admission. Don't you agree?
That's what we did to sleep last night. We were listening to him.
didn't realize that we have two people that actually moved to Seattle and part of mine and Angelo's family. And Rena and Seth, can you guys stand up? Two homegirls. We actually started my last show, Central Soul, and Siesta was the bass player at Central Soul. And we were two very talented young ladies. And then we also had a band called Bacho, and we were able to do a few recordings on that. I don't know when it's going to be released, but it's there. So, sometime in the future it's going to be available to the public. I guarantee you, girls. The work is not done in vain. This is for my cousin, Joan May. like to hear more from Angelo?
Okay, we're taking a collection here now. Remember, Angelo made his way home to here.
Play my favorite Flamingo CD, and then his was better than the CD.
I know.
So that's why he did it for me.
Is there a list?
So, hey, show me the first one.
It was the concierto de Allan L. But his better than the CD.
so wonderful to see some of the people that I grew up with back in Seattle to come out for y'all out here in Virginia. And I'm pretty sure they didn't let you down, right? So first of all, I really appreciate all of you guys coming out tonight. Because I know you could have done other things and so forth and so on. But I tell you, this means a lot to me. And to have you just witness. Because it's hard to explain that how good Angelo is. Oh, yeah, amazing! I heard a guitar player for me, right? Well, I knew Angelo since he was 13. Because he comes from a great family of musicians, the Pizarros. And I remember, we were telling you the story about how you get that good. And what he does is he basically surrounds himself with people who love him, people who care to nurture him, and people to tell him, hey, if you suck, you suck. But through the 13, since the age of 13, I've never, not once, and not very critical.
We know.
Not once in my life, since he was 13 years old, that Angelo ever sucked. I mean, Angelo, thank you. Like I said, Filipinos, we are a generous people. There's tremendous love nationwide. You just got to know where to find it. This whole 3-day event is a accumulation of my life experience as far as growing up in Seattle and then living here in Virginia. I mean, I could feel the love for the past 2 or 3 days. You guys know my foot's so bad that, I still had to come out because it's very rare that I get to see my homeboys, perform. Before we leave, I really, because I didn't go to the banquet, I don't know if you did this yet, but I want to give a special thanks to a few people that maybe you guys did not give thanks to over at the banquet. First person is Dan Fontemayor. Because he keeps me in check, and he's done so many things. He took Peter Bacho and Mary out to Hampton. When they arrived, for some reason, I don't know what what the deal was there, but Hampton's way over across the ocean. But thank you, because he's been handling the transportation and picking stuff up. Hey, it's good skill on you. Diane and Veronica, it's not easy, and I know Veronica and Diane, they both helped us out in the year 2000 when we had the FANHS National Conference, and good job. Thank you. I'd like to give props to my friends that came out all the way from the West Coast. I'll just give all of them a hand. I'd like to give this one person. Oh, Angelo has a CD. So if you didn't put money in that case there, like I told you, man, just think about it. He flew in last night. This morning.
He's going home
when his
tomorrow.
family and son paid his way to be with you. Okay? And he's leaving tomorrow. And this is his first time in Virginia.
Wow.
See? So at least let's give the man some props, man, because let's buy his CD if you didn't put the money in the money case, because if anything, you're gonna learn we need to support our own. That's right. I mean, that was non-stop. He could have kept on going, but we gotta get out of here. You know what I'm saying? But this last person, I'd like to really thank. This is the heart and soul, not only of the FANHS chapter in Hampton Roads, but also the love of my. She's been hard work. I mean, she's taken a lot of flack. Whatever, you guys know what I'm talking about. She's always been there. She's kept it organized, kept it nice and tight. Edwina. From the bottom of my heart, I thank all of you to even witness this. And just remember what you see tonight. That dreams do come true. Okay? That talent is just, that is so much talent, you young folks. Love exists. Okay? So, with that, I say, arrivederci. Thank you.
Serena
and Rita Siester, stand up and just give a bow. Questions and answers. The session will move over to the dorms if you want to ask Angelo anything, or if you want to buy CDs from Angelo.
Also for the conference, it's question and answers for the conference.
Yes.
And anyone who wants to join us, we have food, so if you want to
socialize.
Oh, great.
And also, Angelo's CDs being sold by his wife. They have a table out there in the lobby, so if you guys...
But we do you have to get out of here by 10, so we have to continue our conversation. And for those who, please... Excuse me, I'm sorry.
To be chairwoman, not chairman.
Look at everything,
Let's show you our kid.
You are so good.
Watch, some days you see.
Take a my side.
I've seen your
sponsor when I was in high school for teaching, or for our club. Yeah, Fishery Obispo.
Thank you guys very much, the Bicol Youth. Who's from Jersey? Who's from Chicago? California? Houston? Virginia Beach? Milwaukee? DC? Where's DC? All right. First of all, I just want to say thank you for inviting us here to present for you today. My name is Obispo, and I sponsor the Filipino American Culture Society of Salem High School, in which Melissa and Elizabeth and some other people were part of. And I also am part of the Filipino American Intergenerational Association here in Virginia Beach. And what we try to do is that one of our main focuses is trying to open up the minds of Filipino Americans by presenting ourselves in different ways, and also use the arts as a way of communicating, and also to kind of like send a message out. I'll just give you a really quick story about myself. It took me like 24 years to figure out I was Filipino, right? A long time. Some of you guys are giving me like weird looks, but it's true, because I grew up in a place that is, a school in which I was one of the few Filipinos, and I didn't like that because I wanted to fit in a lot. So for most of my life, I thought it was white, right? But when I started doing this club, it started getting me more rooted into Filipino and Filipino American history. And what we try to do at Salem, and also with FAIA, is that we try to perform pieces and also art that's different from what you guys normally see. Now, realizing that one important tradition of being Filipino is a lot of the folk dancing that we do, and also a lot of the singing, and even the piano recitals that we've all probably have taken part in. But what we try to do is try to promote a message that is going away, a little bit away from that, and trying to kind of like liberate our minds from different things. So what we're going to do is that we're going to do a couple of performances. One of them is a folklore piece, and the other ones are, well, you guys will find that out in a minute. And after that, some of the students and I from the group are going to help facilitate this discussion. But I'm really honored to be here, and Bicol Youth, you guys are no joke, man. I'm Capitano, we don't have anything like this, so you guys are on point. Yeah. All right, so this is actually a collaboration of students from Tallwood and also Salem High School, and also with FAIA. And I'm going to present them to you right now, so give them a warm welcome.
Hi, okay. I'm Bicol too, so.
Need the lights off?
Not yet.
Oh,
culture emphasizes a strong aspect of family, a great sense of compassion, trust, support, and of course, love.
Oh, I didn't see that. I didn't see that.
You're so lovely.
This is awesome.
Hopefully you guys, that's just the opening, so hope you guys like that. Again, one of the things that we try to do with the club is that we try to promote different messages. So after this, we're going to break you up into different groups. So listen and also take note of what you guys are seeing, because it may be funny and there might be, you might laugh a lot. But for each one of these pieces that you guys are going to see, there's definitely a message. So that's what you're going to be talking about during your discussion groups. From Brian on over here, like if you're over, can you guys just sit over here for this one thing, because we need a lot of room. There's going to be fireworks and a dancing bear. Awesome. So we need like
Oh, you guys are going to cover the
All right. We tried another part of our artistic things that we try to do is that we do these folklore skits. We take traditional folklore from the Philippines and we use it in our pieces at Salem. So the next one that you're going to see is the legend of the Tikbalan, right? How many of you guys heard of the aswang? Yeah. And one of those scary things, like whenever I have my whenever I talk to my Lola, sometimes she like tells me all these stories about the aswang, especially when I was a kid. And I don't know about you, but sometimes, well, when I was little, I used to like sneak into my mom's room and pretend that I wasn't in there because I was kind of scared. You know what I'm talking about? Or not? Maybe not. But this is one of those things. It's a traditional folklore from the Philippines, so hope you enjoy it.
Have you heard of the terrible Tikbalan? A tall and thin and very dark man with terrible teeth and a horse's head and covered with hair that is long and red. He lives in the awful bolete tree, and to pass the place you must say, "Excuse me." If you do not, the swan comes at night and throws big stones till you die of fright. Now once there lived in a Santa Cruz town a little girl known as Juanita Brown. She was gentle and sweet and as good as could be, and she always bowed low to the bolete tree. One day to the forest alone did she roam, to get some good wood for the fire at home. She gathered some twigs that she found on the ground, and all of them fast in a bundle she bound. Then happy and free with the pack on her head, she walked along the road in the flower bed. She sang as she walked, and so happy was she, that at last she did not bow to the bolete tree. All at once, and she heard a most terrible and the fierce Tikbalan through the air seemed to soar. He seized poor Juanita, and as quick as could be, he shut her inside of the bolete tree. 2 days passed, and when the girl failed to come back, her parents went out and were ready to attack. To help in the search, the whole barrio came, and loudly they shouted poor Juanita's name. Juanita!
Juanita!
At last, when they thought that the search was no good, one man found Juanita's deep bundle of wood. He called the good news, and as more came to see, loud knocking was heard in the bolete tree. frightened, but many were brave, and wondered by what means the girl they could save. For they knew that it must be Juanita who knocked, and that inside the bolete tree she was locked. Soon they ordered that candles and music be brought, and blessed water was what they next sought. And when all was ready, they closed round the tree, while they prayed with good faith to set the girl free. They lit the candles and then the band played. And Juanita's mother, who was not afraid, advanced to the blessed water held in her hand, and splashed it all over the evil tree grand. Then a roar shook the forest and chilled all the forest, and the awful bolete split into 2 parts. Then they saw in the center as each big tree fell. Their darling Juanita, all smiling and well. She ran from the tree to her fond mother dear, while the band played and everyone gave a loud cheer. Then back to the barrio they danced in delight, and kept up their singing throughout the long night. Still there to this day lies the bolete tree, but no more to the people that pass say excuse me. And the spirit no more can bother any man, for faith has more power than the fierce Tikbalan.
Just some background information. I don't know what schools you guys go to, but at Salem High School, along with Tallwood, has the largest Filipino American student population. And we're fortunate enough at Salem to do these performances in front of the entire school. And the things that you guys are seeing today are some of those performances that we've taken. Now here's the thing with being, Filipino American youth, is that a lot of times what we kind of miss is our own histories and appreciation of our parents. And one of the things that I try to do as much as possible is to give homage and respect to the struggles that our parents went through. A lot of you guys, or a lot of you students, have had parents who came from the Philippines, who came from places where there was a lot of poverty, there was a lot of struggle. And a lot of those experiences, for many Filipino Americans, is the reason why they're here. So, here in Virginia Beach, many of you guys know, is a Navy town. And one of the things that we try to do is to ask the question why we're here in the first place. You see what I mean? Why is Virginia Beach such a huge population of Filipino Americans? And it's largely because of the Navy. And this next piece is going to be done by Melissa, your coordinator, and also her sister Elizabeth. And it asks the question why we're here in the first place. So here's your fellow Bicol Youth.
All Filipinos are in the Navy, right? That's true, isn't it? Where are all my aunties nurses? What's the deal with the P&F? Sure, I'll bring Lupia for Culture Day! Why did you send all those boxes back to PI? Dad, why aren't you an officer? Why can't my teacher pronounce my name? Why didn't I learn that in class? Why don't I care? That tattoo is so fast! Why is 1587 important? I don't know what it means. Why are we in the history books? Really? I got it from one seal! Why is 1906 important to me? Why all this talk about a movement? Why America? Why do I identify with others? Why did I want to be white? Why do I identify with African Americans? Why do we identify with Puerto Ricans? Why do I know more about Latinos? Why do we identify with others? Why not ourselves? Why don't we look to ourselves? Why don't we know ourselves? Who are we? I don't know. Why are we us? I don't know. We don't know. We don't know. We don't know.
And remember, what we're doing this workshop is to take the content of the art and also facilitate a discussion in which you guys can kind of learn from each other. And some of the lines from those pieces, maybe they would hit home with you guys, or also you might question why we said them. But we'll save that for the discussion later. The next piece that's going to be, or the next presenters, is also Melissa and Elizabeth. They're coming back up. They're hogging up the stage already. And then also Charlene Prosser, who was the president of FANHS last year. So they're going to do a piece called East Coast. So come up, please.
supposed to be applying for college. I was like putting it off, so I was like, why am I writing this college essay? Why do I need to fill out these applications? So I just started writing, and this is what I came up with. And we performed it a couple times before. Here goes! Internal East Coast battle and understanding of my culture. First generation, a suburban infatuation. Waves flowing to the best possible place. A job was not expected. Was not intended. Was not studied, but lowered. Unable to make it higher in this Western world that doesn't think anything of these thick, accented brown people. Prosperity, living in a sheltered life, not knowing what it's like to be true Filipino.
What is a Filipino? Surrounded by different lands, assimilated into a foreign culture from the beginning. Were we lost from the start, forced to change to a more civilized way? Colonized and socialized. Weren't we the civilized ones? Or were they? The ones who saw things only in their own way. The ones who forced their culture on indigenous people that were kept safe on their own lands. Untampered, untainted, untapped.
Now in a country influenced by things not their own. Civil, but not struggling without a true identity. Generations, amnesia, a forgotten history. Independence was won, but had the fight only begun? Has the struggle all along been to survive, to assimilate, not remembering, to remember? Why leave such a tropical paradise? Better opportunities, better lives, better paying jobs, prosperity, all for you, for me, for us.
And remember, think about themes, and I just give you a clue to one of those pieces. There's some things in which Filipinos sometimes do that kind of like are interesting. One of them is we don't ever want to get dark. Yeah. Right? But you guys know that's an issue, and for some. Right, for some, and if you don't believe me, go to the Philippines and you see all these whitening creams out there, right? Yeah. Then you have to think to your head, why are Filipinos, why aren't we comfortable with our own skin? Why do we want to lighten up? So Melissa hit that in the beginning part of her piece. So when we do our discussion, maybe you could talk about why sometimes we don't want to go out until it's after 5 o'clock. There's no sun, right? So we'll talk about that later too. The next piece is going to be done by Roberto Jamora. And if you guys watch Def Poetry Jam on HBO, one of the people that influenced me and also the group is a guy by the name of Bo Sia. And he's at Broadway now doing one of the plays out there on spoken word. And Roberto did this, is going to do his piece. And I'll let Roberto say more about it.
Yeah, this next piece is called "Give Me a Job" by Bo Sia. It's about like Asian stereotypes in the media. Like when you watch TV, you kind of see the character, the Chinese guy who can't speak regular English, and all that stuff. So, without further ado.
Yeah!
Let me be honest. If any of you in the entertainment industry watching me perform, I want you to keep in mind that regardless of how you feel the contents of my work, and if you're casting any films, and you need a Korean grocery store owner, a computer expert, or the random thug in the Yakuza gang, then I'm your man! That's right, if you need 1-800-COLLECT Rollies, the guy, I can be believable! If you need a Chinese Jay-Z, or a Japanese Eminem, yo, or a Vietnamese NSYNC, please consider me, because I'm all that and more. I'm a pop culture whore. I'm a co-sponsored world tour that I've been noticed, acclaimed, and funny. Yes, that's right. If you need a voiceover artist, just tell me you want the hi-hats to go, and I will be there. Yes.
Wow. You got it. Okay.
Making Asian different strokes. I'll walk around on my knees going, whoa! What you talking about wisdom because it's been 23 days and 14 months since my art has done anything for me. And I swore I would. Look for the arts and the odds loan and all that crap and all these college loans I'm gonna have to pay. And I want some cable. I apologize. Because all I want now is a beachfront house to paint in and a Range Rover to listen to my music in. Because struggling sucks after the 9th package of ramen noodle soup. I'm Bosia. Give me a chance and I will change the world.
I don't know if you realize that takes a lot of energy to do. A whole lot of energy. So give it up again for Roberto. When you get into the groups, you're going to be asking the question of how are Asians or Filipino Americans portrayed in the media, right? And also you're going to ask questions as to why we're portrayed that way and if you think it's positive or can things be better or whatever. I know I have a really big issue with the real world, because you always see Asian females, but you never see Asian males on that show. And you have to ask the question, why is that? So you can talk about that in your group as well too. The next one has to do with, well, I'm really proud of these people. Julie, Jason, and also Nina are going to do a topic that I think is kind of like underneath the surface, but certainly that needs to be addressed. So give it up for them.
Okay, this piece is about like suicide and like depression. I guess me and Jason wrote it because like I don't know if you guys have friends, but do you guys have like friends that are like depressed? I don't know, like I know you have friends, but you have friends that are like depressed. Yeah. You guys, okay. So I guess you can kind of relate. And this piece is basically about like a girl and what she's thinking, and yeah.
And it's called
Pills.
Did you know her?
Yeah.
How's her family?
Everyone's
I
crying.
can't believe it.
What happened?
It was those pills.
Were you close to her?
I wish I got to know her
It's
better.
weird how things happen just like that.
So are you going to it?
Yeah.
Man, why can't I be happy? I try so hard to hide it. I mean, I always do well in school, and I'm even in a band of my own.
She had so many things going for her.
Yeah, she had a promising future, but she threw it all
Started
away.
drinking and doing drugs, because, you know, that's what the cool kids do.
She tried so hard to fit in.
Like, she was always a happy one. That's probably how she tried to cover it up.
Yeah, I think you're right.
My mom won't let me do anything. I can't even shave my legs.
So that's why she wore pants every day.
Are you serious?
Yeah, her legs look just like these.
Oh, God. Why can't I look like her? Her slender body, tender lips, nice Asian hair, and her shaved legs. Yeah, I bet that's why he left me. My boyfriend, that is.
A lot of my friends liked her. I wonder if she knew.
Man, there was this one time I went with her boyfriend. Now I just feel so bad.
Man, you're terrible.
It seems as if people just keep on talking about me. I hate
Everyone
it.
liked her. No one had problems at her at all.
I guess she didn't realize it.
Our Father who art in
She also had a lot of
please
those.
take
Yeah, I remember that. She wasn't pretty
Our
religious.
Father who art in heaven, please take away my sorrow. God was never there for me. I pray every night, yet my prayers never answered.
She seemed as if she had doubt.
I can't believe she's gone.
The world would be better off if I wasn't here. People won't have to worry about me anymore. It's not like anyone will be at my funeral.
But she's, there's so many people here.
Yeah, she's so young.
I can't accomplish my goal by just cutting myself, so I'm taking these pills. I found my answer.
So, how did she die again?
She committed suicide.
Asian American women have the second highest female suicide rate among 15 and 24-year-olds.
They also have the highest rate of depressive symptoms for adolescents among all racial, ethnic, and gender groups.
Additionally, Asian American women over the age of 65 have the highest female suicide rate across all racial and ethnic groups.
So again, we try to bring some social commentary, like what's going on. And in your groups, when we talk about family, you can talk about how sometimes it's difficult to communicate with your parents. One thing that Filipino families do well is family. I think we do family really, really well. But I think sometimes there's a big communication gap with our parents, right? A lot. And I know when I was growing up, the way in which my dad
and my mom would say, "How are you doing?" or even say, "I love you," they would ask me what I got in my report card. And all that one sentence, like, is a lot of different feelings and a lot of emotions summed up in, did you make straight A's? See what I mean? So you can talk about that in your group too, okay? And the last piece is going to be done by Kristine Tendilla, and she is going to do something called, Am I Fat? Yes.
Basically, this piece is kind of just like a follow-up of the suicide piece they did. And that girl who Julie was, I could really relate to her because I really just used to be just emo girl. Just be like, God, I hate myself, oh my God. And all of a sudden, like, it was because like some guy dumped me and I only went out with him for like 2 hours or something. But I think those kind of things, like we like talk about it, people are like, gosh, why is she like that? Da, da, da. But I think that's something people really can't take things. There's probably other things, and it's just really important to support each other and know how you deal with the things and kind of question why we're thinking like that, especially Filipino girls. And with that, I give it. No one ever told me I was beautiful, well, except my mom. And if they did, I was suspicious. As a girl, a Filipino girl, I made myself believe I was never good enough. I don't measure up with the Filipino Asian beauty image because I'm not skinny. My skin is not Escanol white. My hair is constantly tangled with curly hair, and it's really, and as in a cute baby face, I don't have any of these. I hate to break it in song, but I'm tired of being mature and just think, oh, looks don't matter. But I guess in this world, that's how it is, really. And I keep holding back these thoughts because I feel like the only way to get attention in this world is a fresh face, a talent, whatever happened to humanity and integrity. It's a crock. Because I instilled so much self-pressure to myself, and it became my worst enemy. It was not because people told me I was ugly. It was because I told myself I was. And I believed everybody who told me that. I guess that's why Filipino girls get one of those highest rates of suicide. I always pitied those girls who obsessed over looks. Feeling rejection everywhere possible led me to just mere confusion. Who the am I supposed to be? But I think I've forgotten how to be strong, and I keep just searching for that strength. I embed myself with values that shouldn't be there, and that take the place of what I should really be thinking about, or really should be doing. I filled myself with notions and images from media, friends, old boyfriends, my hairdresser. Really thinking with spirituality and faith, I found love. Not in a cute guy I met yesterday, or this guy right here. My mom, my dad, people who care about me, and people who are open-minded. And I guess that's what we forget about. Shouldn't find love in places where you have to work at it. Just take that love where people are already in love with you, which are those people who care about you. And those people who already make you feel beautiful, who make you know you're beautiful, who make me know I am beautiful, as a Filipino girl, as a woman, and a human.
That was the last piece that we have prepared. Although I think we could do more. If we were ready, I don't think we have anything prepared, unfortunately. But what we're gonna do now is that I'm gonna call up Gian Zapata, and she graduated from Salem a couple years ago.